Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's gun, how to watch Stormers versus Leinster 1 versus 2. The battle of the top of the URC table as it does return following the conclusion of the Six Nations. And this is shaped to be an absolute corker of a match. And one you do not want to miss. I mean, this is very much potentially a dry run of the potential final. It's the final we want to see, isn't it? We want to see the Stormers taking on Leinster. It's happening over in Ireland, so it'll be a very good learning curve for Stormers because if they are to get to the final of the URC once again, chances are they will be in Ireland and they will be playing against Leinster. So this is a very important game for them to sort of, it's a bit of an asset test, isn't it? And to make sure that you don't miss any of the action, rather, you can watch it on a free channel. TG4, which is an Irish language channel, will be showing all the action live on Friday night. Now, if you are in Ireland, you can watch it for free. If you're not, you can still watch it, but through the use of a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Now, we recommend using ExpressVPN because it just works. And check out the description. We've got a step-by-step guide on how you can watch this action. So first things first, you're going to get yourself ExpressVPN. And you're going to install it and you're going to get to this little menu over here. Now, you see these little dots on the right. So click on that. That's going to open up a whole bunch of locations. And you're going to select Ireland. What you're then going to do is then going to turn it on like that. And then you're going to go to TG4, you can go to Watch Live, and it's a little player that looks something like this. And because we are connected to a VPN, and we are in Ireland, hey presto, it's working. That's how easy it is. Literally, that is how easy it is. So all you got to do is you got to download ExpressVPN, you've got to connect to an Irish server, and then you can watch TG4 live. And the action will be on the channel there on Friday night. You can in fact watch both this game, Scarlets versus Sharks, as well as Bulls versus Ulster, all on free broadcasters through the use of VPN. So get yourself ExpressVPN. You'll also actually be able to watch the entire World Cup for free if you have a VPN as well. So go and get it right now. I recommend getting the year subscription. You get an extra 3 months free. You can watch all the World Cup action. We'll show you how to watch all the Rugby Championship and the entire URC and Champions Cup as well. So get yourself ExpressVPN, get yourself sorted, and enjoy all the action this weekend. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's Currie Cup Round 2 review, the Cheetahs, Pumas, Western Province, all undefeated so far in the Currie Cup. Panic stations maybe for the likes of the Lions and the Bulls. And for the Sharks, well, 1 from 1, they'll suppose they'll be mildly happy, but a big game for them this coming weekend. If we look at the results as well as the log, which I think is pretty reflective of where all these unions are, I think maybe it's quite interesting sort of to have a look at exactly what it means for SA Rugby and the SA Rugby landscape. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, let's have a look at it, shall we? These were the 4 games we saw this weekend. Now, on Friday, we saw the Pumas beat the Lions despite what was almost an epic comeback from the Lions. And as a Lions fan, I think I actually took a little bit of confidence out of that game because if you go back and look at a year ago where we had decided that we were going to play a very young side and not really take the Currie Cup seriously, we got hammered and hammered badly. And we now made the decision, no, actually, we are going to take it a bit more seriously. We are going to actually try and play reasonable sides. And we looked a lot better at stages. But look, I think we do have to give this Puma side a lot of credit. They are a very good side. Some very nice players. Not sure I'm going as far as agreeing with Jimmy Stonehouse, who's basically saying, like, you know, we deserve more than just the Currie Cup. We deserve to be taken seriously. Like, you guys have been good for, like, a year, less than a year, really. So, as much as I really enjoyed the fact that they won the Currie Cup and I'm a big fan of them, I think you got to earn your stripes. You can't just be sort of a one, maybe at a push, 2-season wonder. Look, maybe he's just asking for more support financially and just saying that they can do more, but they're not getting enough support. But yeah, Western Province beating the Bulls was a big result because it was a URC Bulls side, and I think what we saw, and maybe that's a bit of the magic of the Currie Cup. It's not that easy. Just because you go and throw in your big boys doesn't mean you're going to get the result. And a Western Province side, a union which is just in such a good space at the moment, beating the Bulls at Loftus is a huge statement. And I think there are crisis. I think crisis alarm bells are going along at Bulls. I mean, you saw Edgar Maratule, who's the coach of the Currie Cup. Jake White actually jumped in and operated with him last week with the Currie Cup. So to try and ensure they win this West Province game, and they still didn't. So I think there could be a couple of alarm bells ringing there. We then saw the Cheetahs hammer the Griffins. The Griffins getting a bit of a rude awakening to life in the Currie Cup. The only sort of notable moment was Francois Steyn getting hammered by his opposite inside centre, but the Cheetahs looked very comfortable. I did say at the beginning, I think they should be winning the Currie Cup. So I think it's about right that they are currently top of the log. And then the Griquas beating the Sharks. Kimberley, you don't want to go to Kimberley. You don't want to play there. They bring you down there. And it was a decent Shark side. Obviously not anything close to, the URC side. But good to see the Griquas can still compete and beat, even rotated sides. Because again, it's not quite as simple as saying, oh, well, a Sharks B side should, a Griquas side should always be the Sharks B side. Because they still have so much, they've got so much more, resources. It's not like they've got a little bit more because they're URC side. I mean, they've got everything more. They've got academies. They've got various different competitions. They've got so many more sponsors. The players, the coaches, everything they've got is just tenfold on the likes of a Griquas, Pumas, Griffins, for example. So it's not that simple. So that was a very important result. So if you look at the log, for example, again, I think this is quite reflective of the status of the African rugby. So you've got the Cheetahs at the top, which you kind of expect because they are the fifth union that have the most sort of resources like your Province Lions, Bulls and Sharks. They do play in the Challenge Cup, so they do have Francois Steyn, they do have former Springboks, they do have a very good squad. So them at the top is about right. Then Pumas, who have been very good in the last couple of years, occupying second spot, I think is shows that they have now managed to make themselves a very good Currie Cup side. I don't think they'll be able to do this in the URC, for example, but or even the Challenge Cup. But I think they've managed to find themselves a very good standing. Western Province are kind of showing that they're just at the union. They've just got so many young players and such a good system in place that they can kind of chop and change and still produce quite a lot of results. The Sharks, they're known for being hit and miss and inconsistent, isn't it? So the fact that they've won one, lost one, is also probably about right. Griquas in fifth, also lost one, won one. You then got the Lions, who've got 3 bonus points, but losing bonus points. Again, a union that's not in the best of place, but can always sort of find a way sometimes to find results. The Bulls, it's just, we don't know what's going on there, but it's just chaos, and it's just not looking good. And the Griffins, who are finding tough life in the Premier Division, very difficult. But let me know what you thought about the Currie Cup round. I think it's been quite a good couple of rounds. I think we've seen some nice rugby, some nice results, and hopefully we've a bit of reinvigoration into the tournament. We spoke about the fact that not a lot of people are really caring about it, but hopefully the first 2 rounds, which have been quite entertaining, will maybe start to build a bit of hype around the tournament. But let me know what you think about the results and the weekend down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide, how to watch Stormers versus Leinster 1 versus 2. The battle of the top of the URC table as it does return following the conclusion of the Six Nations. And this is shaped to be an absolute corker of a match. And one you do not want to miss. This is very much potentially a dry run of the potential final. It's the final we want to see, isn't it? We want to see the Stormers taking on Leinster. It's happening over in Ireland, so it'll be a very good learning curve for Stormers because if they are to get to the final of the URC once again, chances are they will be in Ireland and they will be playing against Leinster. So this is a very important game for them to sort of, it's a bit of an acid test, isn't it? And to make sure you don't miss any of the action, rather, you can watch it on a free channel. TG4, which is an Irish language channel, will be showing all the action live on Friday night. Now, if you are in Ireland, you can watch it for free. If you're not, you can still watch it, but through the use of a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Now, we recommend using ExpressVPN because it just works. And check out the description. We've got a step-by-step guide on how you can watch this action. So first things first, you're going to get yourself ExpressVPN. And you're going to install it and you're going to get to this little menu over here. Now, you see these little dots on the right. You're going to click on that. That's going to open up a whole bunch of locations, and you're going to select Ireland. What you're then going to do is then going to turn it on like that. And then you're going to go to TG4, you can go to Watch Live, and it's a little player that looks something like this. And because we are connected to a VPN and we are in Ireland, hey presto, it's working. That's how easy it is. Literally, that is how easy it is. So all you got to do is you got to download ExpressVPN, you've got to connect to an Irish server, and then you can watch TG4 live. And the action will be on the channel there on Friday night. You can in fact watch both this game, Scarlets versus Sharks, as well as Bulls versus Ulster, all on free broadcasters through the use of VPN. So get yourself ExpressVPN. You'll also actually be able to watch the entire World Cup for free if you have a VPN as well. So go and get it right now. I recommend getting the year subscription. You get an extra 3 months free. You can watch all the World Cup action. We'll show you how to watch all the Rugby Championship and the entire URC and Champions Cup as well. So get yourself ExpressVPN, get yourself sorted, and enjoy all the action this weekend. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. Today's Six Nations review. Ireland with the Grand Slam and actually just 1 point away from a perfect 28-point haul that you can get in the Six Nations. So just because they didn't get that bonus point against Scotland, they've come 1 point short of the perfect Six Nations tournament. But also France back to their best, I think, and looking very good. And Scotland, who I think are going to be a bit of a dark horse side moving forward, look very impressive at stages of the tournament. And once again, maybe a tournament where you look at the results and they're not far away from the best teams, but just maybe struggling with that consistency. Italy with another wooden spoon, unfortunately, didn't manage to take a step forward the Six Nations, despite a couple of reasonable performances throughout the championship. Before we look at the title of championship, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We'll start by looking at some of the results, shall we? And we have to take it all the way back to week 1. Shall we? Where Ireland really sort of stamped their authority down on the tournament with an early 34 points to 10 victory against Wales, who were just blown away in that first half. A reminder of obviously that brilliant victory from Scotland against England, and then France, who were actually put quite close against Italy. And on this, I think we already saw that we're going to have an exciting Six Nations, because already we saw how Scotland was a team to look out for. We saw that Ireland were back to their best. We saw that Wales potentially going to struggle. We also saw that maybe England aren't up there, and that Italy were going to show a bit of fight. So I think this was a very good precursor, really, as to what did then eventually unfold. This was always going to be the big game, wasn't it? Number 1 versus number 2 in the world. It was always going to be about which side won that game, was probably going to be the side to win the Six Nations. And it was the case. And I think that, I was a little bit critical of France. I just said that I don't think that they were at their most accurate best. And again, you only play as well as you're allowed to play. And I thought that Ireland was superb that day. But I did think there were just a couple of uncharacteristic aspects of the French game, which we didn't see in the last stages of the game from them. But that was the defining moment, wasn't it? That was Ireland really showing that they are the best team in the world right now, and that, they can live up to the expectations. So that was a big moment, as was this. Scotland just absolutely demolishing Wales and showing, and I think they had a Six Nations Grand Slam on track at one stage before losing their last couple. And then England bouncing back nicely against Italy. Although second half performance, Italy did manage to come back. Just didn't have enough much against Steve Borthwick's side. The third one was an interesting one, because we saw Italy playing against an Irish rotated side, and yet put in a really strong performance and really sort of go toe to toe with one of the best sides in the world. I think Italy are tactically just a little bit naive at times. I think that they've got some phenomenal attacking shape and they can create a lot of different chances, but maybe aren't willing to do sometimes, the traditional test match things, which they might need to in terms of game management and being able to give themselves the best opportunity at winning games. Ireland, they got the job done once again, to continue marching. This was an important win for England, despite it being a bit of a bore fest. Probably the worst game of the Six Nations from an entertainment factor. And then Scotland with a very nice sort of comeback in that second half, just not being able to get over the line in the end. But once again, it was, it took a late try actually for France to sort of get to that scorecard. So it looked like Scotland were making a bit of a comeback. And, they've shown signs, Scotland, once again, maybe a little bit like Italy at times, where they just find that 80-minute performance. I think they can beat most teams in the world, but they just didn't manage to do it all the time. The fourth round was the Battle of the Wooden Spoon. with Wales beating Italy, it was a much better Welsh performance. I think that they sort of went back to basics, and I think they kind of just sort of stuck to their strength. We then saw this incredible result, and I think England are still smarting a little bit. I think their performance against Ireland in the final round will maybe alleviate some of the pressure, but at the end of the day, they did still get absolutely taken apart by France, and that's going to raise a lot of eyebrows. We there saw once again this was Scotland's opportunity to try and make a big statement, and to try and push Ireland, and it was the only time Ireland didn't score a bonus point. And her first half performance was brilliant from Scotland. They were really in the game, and then just a couple of tries conceded in the second half were the difference. And then in the fifth round, yeah, Scotland taking on Italy. It was Italy's last chance to maybe just show something, but Scotland getting there in the end. France, Wales actually looked a lot better in this game, to be honest. Wales actually looked like a half-decent side. Unfortunately, France was just far too good. And we saw France in the last 2 weeks. That was the France we've been waiting for. The France that maybe we didn't see when they played against Ireland. And a lot of that's because of the way Ireland played. But also, I just think France sort of grew throughout the Six Nations. And, Wales didn't really hit the ground running as much as an Ireland did. And then Ireland had to work very hard for this 29-16 win against England. That red card definitely making a difference in the latter stages of the game. But yeah, if we have a look at the log, and this is how it all sort of looked in the end there. So Ireland, let's say 1 point away from that perfect 28 points. So basically, it's obviously 4 points for a win. So you get 20 points if you win all games. Then there's 5 bonus points up for grabs for scoring 4 tries or more. And if you win the Grand Slam, you get 3 additional points. And that's basically so that, you're almost guaranteed to win the Six Nations. That, even if you, win without bonus there's not going to be another side who can beat you whilst not having won every game. So it's basically to ensure that if you win the Grand Slam, you will win the Six Nations. So that kind of takes the bonus points part away. France second place with 20 points. Just the one game that they did lose. Scotland losing to France and Ireland, beating England, Wales, and Italy, getting 15 points there from them. 3 bonus points. England with just the 2 wins. It's a pretty poor showing from them, isn't it? Especially when you think that this is a side who I think a lot of people are expecting to go quite far in the World Cup, and were in the World Cup final a couple of years ago. But very much a bit of pressure on, I think, for Steve Borthwick and his side. Wales were pretty torrid the entire tournament, and Warren Gatland basically used it as an experiment to sort of see exactly where his squad's at. And unfortunately, I think he's had a lot more questions than maybe answers, although the last couple of weeks maybe were a bit better for them. And then Italy, they showed a lot of heart, but I think I think we now have to start having the conversation that Italy are better than a side that show heart. They're better than a side in the 13th. They actually need to start winning games. They need to start finding those results. The performances are fun to watch, and they are a cool side to watch, but they're better than this. They can win games, and they're not. And I don't know if it's a switch they can sort of flick, and they can just start to win a couple of games. It's about maybe belief, but they're good enough to compete at the highest levels, but they're just not. So I think what we've learned is that Ireland are number one side of the world undoubtedly, but France are back. They are one of the best sides in the world. There can be anyone out there, I do believe. And I think they're going to be a big sort of favourites going into the World Cup. But let me know what you thought about the Six Nations down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's gun, how to watch Stormers versus Leinster 1 versus 2. The battle of the top of the URC table as it does return following the conclusion of the Six Nations. And this is shaped to be an absolute corker of a match. And one you do not want to miss. I mean, this is very much potentially a dry run of the potential final. It's the final we want to see, isn't it? We want to see the Stormers taking on Leinster. It's happening over in Ireland, so it'll be a very good learning curve for Stormers, because if they are to get to the final of the URC once again, chances are they will be in Ireland and they will be playing against Leinster. So this is a very important game for them to sort of, it's a bit of an asset test, isn't it? And to make sure that you don't miss any of the action, rather, you can watch it on a free channel. TG4, which is an Irish language channel, will be showing all the action live on Friday night. Now, if you are in Ireland, you can watch it for free. If you're not, you can still watch it, but through the use of a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Now, we recommend using ExpressVPN because it just works. And check out the description. We've got a step-by-step guide on how you can watch this action. So first things first, you're going to get yourself ExpressVPN. And you're going to install it, and you're going to get to this little menu over here. Now, you see these little dots on the right, so click on that. That's going to open up a whole bunch of locations, and you're going to select Ireland. What you're then going to do is then going to turn it on like that. And then you're going to go to TG4, you can go to Watch Live, and it's a little player that looks something like this. And because we are connected to a VPN, and we are in Ireland, hey presto, it's working. That's how easy it is. Literally, that is how easy it is. So all you got to do is you got to download ExpressVPN, you've got to connect to an Irish server, and then you can watch TG4 live. And the action will be on the channel there on Friday night. You can in fact watch both this game, Scarlets versus Sharks, as well as Bulls versus Ulster, all on free broadcasters through the use of VPN. So get yourself ExpressVPN. You'll also actually be able to watch the entire World Cup for free if you have a VPN as well. So go and get it right now. I recommend getting the year subscription. You get an extra 3 months free. You can watch all the World Cup action. We'll show you how to watch all the Rugby Championship and the entire URC and Champions Cup as well. So get yourself ExpressVPN, get yourself sorted, and enjoy all the action this weekend. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's rather 5 things learned from the 2023 Six Nations. Basically, these are the sort of 5 takeaways, 5 opinions that I have formulated based on the last 2 months of action. Some of them could be controversial, some of them are pretty straightforward. But more importantly, I want to know what you took away from the Six Nations Champions. I want to know what your sort of 5 things learned are. Maybe even put them down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are what you took away. This is what you think based on these performances. At the end of the day, Forever Sports is all about fan opinion, fan engagement, and we want to know more from you guys what you guys think is happening in the world of rugby. But yeah, so basically we're going to go through 5 different things. I'm going to tell you why I think so and stuff like that. And you can put it up in the comments and let me know if you agree, disagree. Before I get to number 1, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. But apart from that, let's get stuck into it. So the scene is pretty straightforward. You know, they are the best team in the world. And we kind of know that they're the best team in the world. But it's one thing being ranked the number 1 team in the world. It's quite another thing for me to be actually considered the best team in the world. And I think Springbok fans will know that a lot of the time people told us that we weren't number 1 team in the world, even when we were ranked there. And, our sort of responses were we were world champions, stuff like that. I think it is very safe to say that Ireland are currently the best team. I think they've currently got the best game plan, the best players, the best depth, and right now they're at their peak. And that's not to say that, for example, they're going to win the World Cup. That's not to say that they can't lose a match. But I think right now they are the most complete side in the world. I think New Zealand, South Africa, for example, still have steps to take. And I think France, I'll tell you what, are playing some fantastic rugby, but have also shown that they've been a little bit inconsistent in the past few weeks. Maybe they've sorted it out. But for me, Ireland is currently so consistent that I don't think any team right now is as complete as Ireland are. Talk about being controversial of saying Ireland's the best team in the world. I still think that France are the overwhelming favourites for the World Cup. The last 2 weeks, we saw a French side click. The first couple of weeks, we still saw some decent French performances, but we didn't see that French side that sort of struck fear into every single head coach's heart when they think about playing them. The last couple of weeks, we saw it, and they were all going to be playing at home. And if they can click, and if they can, it all can all come together, they're a side that knows how to score points against any team in the world. And I do think, whilst Ireland will probably go in as number 1 in the world, France will be the favourites, given that home advantage, and given the fact that they've just got so many world-class players who can play with a bit of BMT. Let me know if you'd agree or if you disagree. Now, maybe this is a bit premature, seeing as Warren Gatland hasn't been there particularly long. But I don't see Wales being able to flick a switch and being able to put enough things in place in training and limited a few matches to be genuinely competitive at the World Cup. I don't think it was the right decision to sack Wayne Pivac. I don't think that they're better off it. I'm not saying that maybe Warren Gatland was a bad decision to get back, because maybe it does work for them. But I just think at this stage, I saw a couple of steps forward taken from Wales, and I think maybe Warren Gatland is a coach that can try and turn a team around quite quickly. Maybe play some very basic tactics or some very not easy to implement but achievable goals. I just don't see them being able to sort of turn themselves around from what was quite an abject Six Nations to being genuinely competitive come the World Cup. On the flip side of Wales, I think the Scotland team's got so much potential. I genuinely think that they've got world-class players in very important positions. And if those world-class players pitch up, this Scotland team can do jobs there. They were the only team that didn't concede a bonus point against Ireland. They were competitive against Ireland. They were competitive against Scotland. I think they were one of the few teams that just were never outplayed in the Six Nations. Yes, they had some bad moments, and they sometimes switched off. They almost lost to Italy. Italy could have scored a try and could have beaten them. But they were the only team, for me, that were never at one stage sort of blown away or completely outplayed. And I think that's a credit to Griquas Towns, who's managed to turn a team around, which was struggling a little bit. But at the end of the day, I think the front row is starting to shape up. I think Pierre Schoeman's becoming really good. I think the loose trio can sort of match with the best of them. I think when Finn Russell's playing like that, and when you've got the likes of Tupolota and Hugh Jones playing the way they do, it's just a very exciting team. And they've always got that sort of maverick ability about them, don't they? We don't really know if they're going to pitch up. You don't really know what they're going to do on a week-in, week-out basis. And I think that makes them quite dangerous. So I'm not saying that they are necessarily a world-class side. I wouldn't say they're within the top 5 best teams in the world right now. Maybe they are within the top 5. Probably not within the top 4. Probably not sitting next to the likes of New Zealand, South Africa, France, and Ireland. But they can be. And I think that's the big takeaway that I've taken from the Six Nations. Maybe the most controversial of the lot. We are in a golden generation of Italian rugby. And the reason I say it, not so much for just this team, because this team is very young and it's going to progress. In the next 10 years, we are going to see the best Italian team we've seen. That's my prediction. It's a big prediction. It's a big prediction. But Italian rugby hasn't just woken up and suddenly produced a couple of good players in the likes of Menoncello, Paolo Garbizzi, Lorenzo Cannone, Andrew Capuzzo. It hasn't just happened by mistake. Italian rugby has been on the up for a while now, and we've seen it under 20 level. They came third in the under 26 nations. They've beaten England quite a number of times now at under 20 level, and they're only going to get better. And I think that, I don't think they're going to I don't think they're going to shock anybody just yet, maybe. But I think they're also becoming a team where they're good enough to win more games than they are, and that's going to start having to catch up with them, because I don't think when we watch some of the results, they're a team that's better than just a shock Welsh upset. A shock Australia upset. I think they're a better team, man. I think they're a team that can genuinely become a bit like a Wales a couple of years ago. I'm talking about Wales, not the Grand Slam winning Wales stuff, but the Wales side, which you can never really write off. You kind of expected them to win, and you should beat them, but they're always a tough side to beat. Italy needs to take that next step, where if you don't rock up and play well, they can punish you and they can beat you, and that can be any team. Where they can suddenly arrive and push a French team for 18 months, and they almost did. So I think this Italian generation is a golden generation. I genuinely think in the next 5-10 years, they can genuinely mount a bit of a campaign. If they can get fixtures right, they can get a favorable run and a favorable injury and stuff like that. I don't see why I don't see genuinely why they can't compete for a Six Nations title. So those are my 5 takeaways. I wonder what you think down in the comments below. So give me your opinions. Let me know. Am I off my rocker? Or do you think you agree with a couple of them? I'd love to hear from you. But yeah, until then, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And I'll see you guys all very soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's gun, how to watch Stormers versus Leinster 1 versus 2. The battle of the top of the URC table as it does return following the conclusion of the Six Nations. And this is shaped to be an absolute corker of a match. And one you do not want to miss. I mean, this is very much potentially a dry run of the potential final. It's the final we want to see, isn't it? We want to see the Stormers taking on Leinster. It's happening over in Ireland, so it'll be a very good learning curve for Stormers, because if they are to get to the final of the URC once again, chances are they will be in Ireland and they will be playing against Leinster. So this is a very important game for them to it's a bit of an acid test, isn't it? And to make sure that you don't miss any of the action, rather, you can watch it on a free channel. TG4, which is an Irish language channel, will be showing all the action live on Friday night. Now, if you are in Ireland, you can watch it for free. If you're not, you can still watch it, but through the use of a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Now, we recommend using ExpressVPN because it just works. And check out the description. We've got a step-by-step guide on how you can watch this action. So first things first, you're going to get yourself ExpressVPN. And you're going to install it, and you're going to get to this little menu over here. Now, you see these little dots on the right. So click on that. That's going to open up a whole bunch of locations, and you're going to select Ireland. What you're then going to do is then going to turn it on like that. And then you're going to go to TG4, you can go to Watch Live, and it's a little player that looks something like this. And because we are connected to a VPN and we are in Ireland, hey presto, it's working. That's how easy it is. Literally, that is how easy it is. So all you got to do is you got to download ExpressVPN, you've got to connect to an Irish server, and then you can watch TG4 live. And the action will be on the channel there on Friday night. You can in fact watch both this game, Scarlets versus Sharks, as well as Bulls versus Ulster, all on free broadcasters through the use of VPN. So get yourself ExpressVPN. You'll also actually be able to watch the entire World Cup for free if you have a VPN as well. So go and get it right now. I recommend getting the year subscription. You get an extra 3 months free. You can watch all the World Cup action. We'll show you how to watch all the Rugby Championship and the entire URC and Champions Cup as well. So get yourself ExpressVPN, get yourself sorted, and enjoy all the action this weekend. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Fair Sport. For today's 5 things learned from the second round of the 2023 Currie Cup. What a round it was. Cheetahs, Pumas setting the stand in Western Province with a terrific victory over the Bulls. Lions coming up short. Griquas getting a win over the Sharks. Griffins getting a rude awakening. Just another weekend of some pretty good rugby. Actually, despite all the negativity, we've actually had some enjoyable results in the first 2 weeks. And I'm hoping this will try and galvanize a little bit of support for what is really a fading and struggling Currie Cup campaign. But yeah, this is my 5 sort of takeaways. I want to know what your opinion is. Let me know what your takeaways are down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And without any further ado, this is my number 1. Right, they're on top of the log. And yes, they haven't played the best, maybe the best team in terms of the likes of the Pumas, for example. But I said in my sort of Currie Cup preview a couple of weeks ago that I think Cheetahs have to be the favourites. Given the resources, given the fact that, yes, they are playing in other competitions, but, you know, it's the EPCR Challenge Cup, so they've only got a couple more games going. So at the end of the day, they can still play majority of their base team for most of their campaign. They currently sit on top of the log based on points difference. Themselves and the Pumas, a pretty impressive start. But I do think at this stage that the Cheetahs do look like the early favourites, and the Pumas are very close second, though, let's be said. I suppose when all good things will come to an end, and the reason I say it is I think I watched this Pumas side against Lions on Friday. Now, yes, it's not the best Lions side. I'm a Lions fan, so I know it's not the best Lions side. There are lots of Pumas players that are too good to be playing for that union. Sounds harsh. This is maybe what Jimmy Stonehouse was kind of going on about when he said, you know, we need to be more respected, we need to be given more opportunities, we need to be given a better chance. There are lots of players there who could be playing for URC franchises. There are lots of players there who I think will back themselves to play at a high level. I watched that centre pairing of Ali Ngajima and Diego Apollos. Those 2 players could probably play for any union in the country, to be honest. I'm not saying they're going to start. I'm not going to say that, you know, Ngajima is going to go and bench Ryan Janssen van Rensburg, or he's going to go bench Damian Willemse. But, you know, I personally think those 2 players could both make it at the Lions. You know, I think that Diego Apollos looks like a really, really promising outside centre. He can also play on the wing. And I think that there are sides across the country that could use that sort of talent. I think they've got some very good forwards. And you look at the skill set and the handling of that side, I think there's a lot of players there that could definitely do a job. And unfortunately, the better they do, they go and win the Currie Cup once again. They're going to do it 2 years in a row. The URC side's going to come knocking, and why as a player would you say no to any of those players if you have any rugby ambition? You're not going to. Of course you're going to say yes. So it's sad for them, but it's good to see that they are a genuine pipeline for SA rugby talent, and maybe that's a good thing to be celebrated. John Dobson loves the Currie Cup. He genuinely loves the Currie Cup, and he wants to win it. They can win it. There's no doubt about it. But we saw last year, and maybe even a bit this year with the likes of the Lions and Bulls, or the Bulls did play almost full string side against the Western Province, that it's very easy to get knocked out of the Currie Cup or to let slip whilst you focus on the URC, whilst you're now also having to focus on the Champions Cup and the Challenge Cup. Western Province want to win this Currie Cup. There's no doubt about it. In fact, I think that secretly in their minds, I think that they know that they are, winning the URC back to back is a very tall ask, but winning the Currie Cup could be a very genuine goal. And I think that they are going to try and make sure that their teams are good enough to be competitive throughout the tournament and to try and give it a real crack in terms of trying to get to this final, get to semis, get to final, see if they can bring in some good players and see if they can try and, I wouldn't say sneak Currie Cup, but just try and keep themselves in the mix and then maybe sort of just mount a late charge and go forth and win it. Now, maybe this is me being overly optimistic, as the Lions sit 2 from none against the Western Province and the Pumas, which is two decent sides, to be fair. It was a decent Western Province side who are 2 from 2. It's a good Pumas side who hammered the Bulls, and the Lions actually put together a reasonable account of themselves. And I think that the Lions have taken a bit of a better approach. And there's two things. Now, first of all, last year, the Lions played the juniors, genuinely basically under 20, and said, go forward and play the Currie Cup. The Lions now are sort of now playing more fringe players, a couple of bigger names, as well as the juniors. Now, these juniors are now a year older. I think that they have grown a little bit. And I think that the Lions, I wouldn't say they've got good depth at a URC level, but they've got a couple of decent players. And I think if they can get their squad rotation right, and also maybe realize that the URC top 8 is almost gone, the Currie Cup could be something we want to win. As a union, we're desperate for a little bit of success. And if you can't qualify for the top 8, throw all your cards at the Challenge Cup and throw your cards at the Currie Cup. It is definitely a case of us looking to try and be reasonably better in the Currie Cup because we haven't already named 2 stronger sides. And they weren't completely outplayed. In fact, they mounted a very nice comeback. Yes, there was an intercept try. Yes, there were a couple of good moments. But there's good players at the Lions, good young players. And I think if they're really backed and given an opportunity, I'm not saying they're going to win it, but if they could just go win a couple of games, there's no reason why they can't keep themselves in that mix for that top 4. What's happening? What is happening is the question. The Bulls, none from 2, with a negative 56. The only reason they're not bottom is because they managed to find a bonus point, over the weekend. But they were absolutely hammered by the Pumas, and they were then well beaten by the Western Province, and they sit at the bottom of the log with 1 point from 2 games. Even the Lions have got themselves 3, losing bonus points and sit 2 points behind the Griquas who have won a game. So it's difficult to understand what's going wrong because it's not like they've played 2 weak sides. This last week's side was basically a URC side. The side before had some really good players in it. It's not been a 3rd, 4th string Bulls side. And yet, a little bit like their URC team, they're just not getting the results. They're not putting in the performances. And I think there's something almost rotten in that union, or it's just something that's not right, and it's really affecting the players. And I don't know how they solve it. But at the moment, I think they must be in kind of crisis mode. They lose this weekend in the URC. They lose in the Currie Cup once again. They could be looking at non-Champions Cup rugby next season. They could be looking at not making the semi-finals for a competition they won back-to-back. And all of a sudden, heads might need to roll. There might be some serious questions asked within the unit as to just why it's not working for them. So those are sort of my takeaways. Obviously, it's very early in the competition, so difficult to say exactly how we see it all going. But for me, there are a couple of early worrying signs for a couple of unions, but some very big positives for others. Let me know what you thought about the round down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's gun, how to watch Stormers versus Leinster 1 versus 2. The battle of the top of the URC table as it does return following the conclusion of the Six Nations. And this is shaped to be an absolute corker of a match. And one you do not want to miss. I mean, this is very much potentially a dry run of the potential final. It's the final we want to see, isn't it? We want to see the Stormers taking on Leinster. It's happening over in Ireland, so it'll be a very good learning curve for Stormers, because if they are to get to the final of the URC once again, chances are they will be in Ireland and they will be playing against Leinster. So this is a very important game for them to sort of, it's a bit of an asset test, isn't it? And to make sure that you don't miss any of the action, rather, you can watch it on a free channel. TG4, which is an Irish language channel, will be showing all the action live on Friday night. Now, if you are in Ireland, you can watch it for free. If you're not, you can still watch it, but through the use of a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Now, we recommend using ExpressVPN because it just works. And check out the description. We've got a step-by-step guide on how you can watch this action. So first things first, you're going to get yourself ExpressVPN. And you're going to install it, and you're going to get to this little menu over here. Now, you see these little dots on the right, so click on that. That's going to open up a whole bunch of locations, and you're going to select Ireland. What you're then going to do is then going to turn it on like that. And then you're going to go to TG4, and you can go to Watch Live, and it's a little player that looks something like this. And because we are connected to a VPN, and we are in Ireland, hey presto, it's working. That's how easy it is. Literally, that is how easy it is. So all you got to do is you got to download ExpressVPN, you've got to connect to an Irish server, and then you can watch TG4 live. And the action will be on the channel there on Friday night. You can in fact watch both this game, Scarlets versus Sharks, as well as Bulls versus Ulster, all on free broadcasters through the use of VPN. So get yourself ExpressVPN. You'll also actually be able to watch the entire World Cup for free if you have a VPN as well. So go and get it right now. I recommend getting the year subscription. You get an extra 3 months free. You can watch all the World Cup action. We'll show you how to watch all the Rugby Championship and the entire URC and Champions Cup as well. So get yourself ExpressVPN, get yourself sorted, and enjoy all the action this weekend.
Hello and welcome to the Forever Sports Rugby Fan Forum, hosted every Thursday. You are here with Reza, Rion, Chris, and Wesley Hartman, who is our special guest for today. Welcome, boys, and welcome back to another edition. Good to have you here.
Good to be here, Reza.
Yeah.
How's it?
Yeah, look, not too bad. Looking forward to the return of the URC. Looking forward to some more rugby. I mean, we were just talking off stream about just how much has been going on, and we have a packed agenda for everyone today, a bit of Currie Cup, a bit of URC. Of course, we'll touch on the Six Nations, which is the big talking point for today, and some interesting transfer news and appointments within the world of rugby, which I'm really excited to get into. To start us off though today, gents, I've got the great honor of having a friend on the stream, in Wesley Hartman, who is I'll tell you what, I'll let you introduce yourself, Wes. Tell us about your journey in rugby and how you got here, and let's go from there.
Yeah, thanks, Reese. Yeah, and how's it, everyone? Great to be on here. So, I mean, I went to school with Reese. I played high school rugby for Crawford. Sort of almost cracked into a couple of the provincial sides. Got through to a couple of the final rounds. But yes, it's really tough to sort of get that final nod, but didn't let that deter. So played all the way through to matric, and then had the opportunity to go and study in the US, which was phenomenal, and ended up playing some serious rugby over that side. So I went across, when was it, 2012? So this was pre-MLR. So actually sort of, at the end of my time there, that was just sort of coming about, and we'll get into that a bit later. But ended up playing for a university called Kutztown University, sort of quite a well-known university in terms of rugby, but otherwise quite small in itself and kind of arbitrary spots in Pennsylvania, but really a lovely, lovely spot. And it just, gave me an amazing opportunity to play rugby abroad and also travel the States. Because the university was quite good at rugby, we had to travel quite far to play opponents, that we weren't able to sort of just stick around in our area. So we got to travel up and down the East Coast quite extensively. We did venture sort of central US a couple of times. That was quite rough, a 17-hour bus ride to Arkansas to get our butts thoroughly kicked. And the 17 hours felt longer on the way back. I don't know how, but funny how times works like that. And then a couple of times we went across the East Coast, which was just such a different experience. And it's really amazing there to see the culture in US rugby. So East Coast, you've got sort of very traditional kind of 15s mindset, maybe even a bit like European in a sense. And then you go out to the West Coast, and because you've got the Islander influence, you've got the Samoans, you've got the Fijians, you've got the Hawaiians, the Tongans, sort of in greater numbers on the West Coast there. That sort of flair of rugby just sort of, does really well there. So yeah, it was fantastic to see. And then eventually got selected for the All-American side, which is like the US equivalent of the junior box. So we toured with them down to Oz for 3 weeks, got the privilege of actually co-captaining that side, which was fantastic. And yeah, then came back to the US and had the opportunity to potentially sign a professional contract.
Nice. Did you ever get to race Carlin Isle?
No, so no, absolutely not. I was not super quick, but not super slow. But there was a guy, Danny Barrett, who played on the USA 7 side. He was their sort of big strong man, like our Frankie Warren kind of guy. I was maybe on pace with him. He wasn't slow. I was on pace with him, but you check him against Carlin and he's just in the dust. So I use that as my marker.
Fantastic.
A few people would mention, yeah.
Look, I think you had to ask the question there, Rian. So I'd just like to start off with that fantastic brief introduction there from Wesley. We've got two very cool clips of Wesley, which our editor will put on now, just showcasing a little bit of what he used to be able to do. I don't know if he can still do it, but I back him. Let's have a look.
They got to be patient. Good job, Wesley. First one there. Look at him carrying Zach Bonte down the field. Bonte, the workhorse for the Bruins, taken for a ride, a good 5 meters, and Kutztown now in control. Get wide, in and out. Triggering the offense for Kutztown. It was 12-0 Dartmouth. And Kutztown has answered back, staying on his feet. It's all about the desire. That's why Wesley Hartman's the captain of this team. He wills himself out of 3 tackles on the way to the go-ahead score for Kutztown, the senior from Johannesburg, South Africa. He's a great kid, Wesley Hartman.
The nice tight
Talked yesterday about his battle with type 1 diabetes. He's insulin dependent, wants to be an example for all kids out there with type 1 diabetes. Say, look what I just did to Dartmouth. You can too.
Oh, very cool clip there coming through, and I would love to see it. So just to get a bit onto your personal story there, Wes, so we want to have a little bit of a chat about the level of rugby in the US, and obviously it was a little bit of time ago when you were there. But in your opinion, would you say how far behind is the US in terms of the international game and their perhaps grassroots sort of rugby?
Yeah, okay. So let's break that down. Those two parts there. If we go international first, and we need to split that further, I guess, as well. You've got the 15s and the 7s, right? We all know that on any given day, on their day, the US 7 side can compete, does compete, and does beat world-class teams. So I think it's just about consistency now. I think the 7 side has amazing athletes and there's a really good sort of program, sort of identification program there. If you want to argue which country has the best athletes in the world, I'll just point to the USA Olympic medal tally. There's no doubting that they've got incredible sort of athletes. It just comes down to Yeah, exactly. It just comes down to sort of getting them in that rugby mindset. So the difference is that when you're playing against sides where rugby's embedded in the culture, you've got guys who see the game, so much differently. So the 7 side, I think, is not that far behind. I think we'd actually say they're probably on par, generally with a lot of the top performing sides. Again, consistency, is a big thing. Looking at the 15s, though, that's where the problems come in, because despite the athletes I've just spoken about, despite quite a bit of money that I think they have access to, they just seem to not be able to kind of get any momentum and build on that. You know, I've had a couple of close friends in the system play for the Eagles. I was fortunate enough to actually watch him. Niku, he's a South African who played for the US, and he played against the Box in the the 2016 World Cup in England. So that was phenomenal to see. So having conversations with him, and I think like everything comes down to really nasty politics. Guys with not necessarily agendas, but ways of doing things. And so you have this discontinuity where you don't allow for anything to build. So I think if they could just get in a solid coach, I think, is it still Gary Gold? Is he still their head coach? I could be mistaken.
He might be director of rugby now or something. Can't remember.
Yeah. So I think, if they just give him a solid coach with a proven track record who knows the game, and you just keep him there, come hell or high water, I think you allow that to build in that culture. In terms of grassroots, though, that's where it comes to. Now, when I was there, as you mentioned, thanks for pointing out quite a while ago, it was the fastest growing sport for all the years I was there. So for 4 years, rugby was the fastest growing sport in the US, which was fantastic. Really, really great to see and great to hear. So you had these guys joining, getting involved, but it's still got a mountain to climb. That sport culture in the US is, we think we like our sport in South Africa, and we do, don't get me wrong. But yes, it's those oaks, eh? To the level of where you've got university football, they call it college football. You've got pretzels. You imagine having UJ-styled, flavored, colored pretzels, or Wits, or UCT pretzels. Like, these oaks have food branded after the universities, like for their football. And I think when you're dealing with such, an institution like that, it's never going to rival those guys, but it doesn't need to, right? It doesn't need to be as big as that. I think they just need to somehow get on par with the world-class teams to be able to perform, because they can.
All right. No, thanks.
I think I actually saw the highest paid government officials in almost like 90% of the states in the US are college football coaches. So the money is insane.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of money in it, and I think you're right. And we can speculate about the reasons why they aren't quite at the level that they are, and maybe we're being a little too harsh, and maybe it obviously takes some time. This is still very new to them. And so, Chris, if I could get your perspective on this, do we think, honestly, as South Africans, that the US will ever catch up and compete on an international stage, or are they always going to be, let's call them the minnow or the second tier team?
I don't know. It's like we were just saying. Because they're so big, I always thought that with everyone that's there, that everyone that wants to play rugby, they should be able to put together really a few decent professional teams, right? Like you're saying, they should really start to compete. I think if they have the right systems and structures in place, I think they can creep into the top 10 in the world. I really believe that. I think they surely have more resources than the Italys of the world and Fijis and Georgias, so they just apply themselves. And this league, I enjoyed watching the MRL now. I'm getting into it. It's still a nice betting league because the bookies haven't caught up to some of the teams. So I know I'm really enjoying it. And you say the sevens, I think suits their style for sure. But I think I would say there should be enough people in the pot there. But it's like you say, like we born and bred in rugby, right? Before we can even talk, we know what a rugby ball is, similar to them with their American football. So when it's so ingrained in you, there is a little bit of a difference there in how you're gonna approach the game and play it, But yeah, I think with the right people, if they keep their league going, I was actually gonna ask, I don't know what the structures are like underneath the MRL teams. Do these teams have? I was actually gonna ask, do they have second team, third teams? What is the level above these Premier League sides that are going at the moment? What does that look like there? The feeder teams and so on.
Yeah, I think Wes would probably be best placed to answer that.
That's what I was asking Wes. Yeah, I was asking Wes, how many teams do these guys have? Yeah, like in these clubs.
Just quickly there, sorry guys. Yeah, Chris, I can't hear you. So if you saw my thumb there, I was trying to see if I could set it my side. So,
okay.
Yeah,
well, let me just pass on the question.
Sure.
Chris just basically wants to understand, but beneath the MRL teams, is there like a second tier, third tier structure? Is it? My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it goes basically college almost straight into the national structure.
Yeah, exactly. So what we call university college there, that pretty much feeds direct. Well, it used to. So while I was there, the transition happened, right? So let's say my first or second year, you would go straight into a national side. They've got obviously their top side, and then they've got their second tier, which they call the Falcons, right? So what we call the box A, they call the Falcon side, and those are generally the younger guys who then they try blood and train up to play the US sort of first team. But in terms of there being, so you've got MLR now, in terms of being under that, there's nothing really official. There's lots of clubs, lots of club rugby, especially sevens, right? Seven club rugby is massive.
Thank you.
But in terms of a structure below that, and I think end of the day, it always comes down to money. Like, again, I've got friends who've played in this league, and when it was starting out, unfortunately, they were quite badly burned because contracts were, well, not quite what they should have been. I think guys were just so grateful to keep playing and get paid. But hopefully now it seems that it's becoming a bit more professional. So I think as more eyes get on it, as they start bringing in more money, obviously it's how it works, right? There'll be more money to give the guys, and hopefully that can make it sort of a more attractive option.
Great. Thank you very much, Wes. So we'll get back to Wesley a little bit later on in the show. Right now, we'd like to move into the big news of the weekend, boys. And obviously, we're not gonna quite start on the most exciting game, but let's have a chat about the Six Nations quickly. And honestly, I've enjoyed it so much. It's been a while since I've watched Northern Hemisphere rugby and really got into it. And let's start off with the Italy-Scotland game. And Rion, a 26-14 result in favour of Scotland. What do we think about this Italian side at the moment?
Potential, I suppose. Potential, and then game management is my other issue with them. I actually saw an interview with Sebastian Negri today, and he said they've decided that being the old Italy team that's game management and playing the right side of the field wasn't working. They were getting clapped by 50 points every game, so they've decided, no, screw that. We're going to start running it from our 22, come hell or high water. And I suppose if you look at the numbers, that's helped for them this year. They've done better. But I just feel they've gone a little bit too far in that direction. Their kicking meters are not even half of some of the other teams, and they just never exit. So I would love to see them just, with all that running that they use, just get a little bit more game management and exit a little better, and things might go even better than it has been.
All right, I've got some views on that, but we'll get to it in a second. But let me just pass it on over to Chris quickly. Do you feel that Italy was slightly unlucky? I mean, they were 19. I think they were 19-14 down at one point, and really pressuring Scotland, and a breakaway try from Scotland basically sealed it up. So is it fair to call them unlucky, or is this just another poor Italian side?
Well, I think you guys have got to know me the last couple of weeks what my thoughts are on the Italian side, right? Like to be fair, you can see that they're changing their style, right? And I think that's the right thing to do. They weren't what they were doing the last 20, 30 years as a professional team. They weren't breaking through. But like I say, for me, they're still limited for them to do that. If they want to do that, they've got to keep doing this now, and maybe accept that they're going to make mistakes and lose games like they've been doing. But for me, it's not even that adventurous, that adventurous, what's the right word, adventure of them, whatever, that style to play. If you watch, they don't exit the 22. They get themselves offside. Scotland camp on their line. I mean, it's basic. That's not even like let's play rugby. It's just basic stuff. It's basic shit. Stay behind the kicker. Don't go offside. Then they get to the 22, and some oak runs in front of the guy, accidental offside, 5 meters out, and they do this. I've watched this for 20 years, and it does my brain in. I've never enjoyed watching them because of that, but I have to give them credit. They are trying something different. They are looking a bit different. But they've got to start winning tier 1 internationals for me to really get I'm going to say respect, but they're 14th in the world for a reason, right? There's other teams that are not in the Six Nations and who are above them, and there's a reason. And they're making improvements. Like, I've heard this whole shift, they're investing in it, they're going for it. You're looking how Wales are struggling, Scotland are also struggling in the under 20s. The Italian under 20 side arguably is actually better than those teams at the moment, possibly. So they could over time be a shift of So I'm going to try not be too cynical and negative and keep bashing them. I've heard this opinion, so I'm going to give them another 5 years. I'm gonna give them to 2030, and I want to see them not win.
I think
not
that's
winning one.
I think that's an absolute joke, Chris. I'm sorry. I mean,
But
I honestly, let's pause for a second, and I'm gonna be blatant in my opinion, and you say they look different. Rion agrees they look different. They're trying something different, and are we not just talking about another wolf in a different sheep's clothing? They're the same thing over and over again at the core of it, a losing team, and Wes. Frankly, I'll chuck this one over to you. I'm going to throw you a statue, Wes. In the last, okay, actually, I'm gonna ask you if you know the answer to this. In the last 42 Six Nations games, how many games do you think Italy has won? 42.
I
don't know the answer to that. okay. Let's get. Can I go to Rian, please?
No, just have a guess. What's your general opinion?
No,
put in one hand.
I mean, I want to say, okay, how many have won? Realistically, it's maybe less than 10. Around there, let's go 8. Why not?
Whoa!
-7.
Yeah,
-7.
You had the answer.
One game in 42 of the last Six Nations, and you have to wonder.
That's my point.
What's the purpose of having them in this competition? I frankly think they need to earn their way back into it, and they've become fodder for everyone else, and it's a bit of a joke at this point. That's my opinion.
I agree. Okay, I haven't seen
and fair enough, but I think my pushback might be, you don't get better by playing worse teams, and arguably the other 5 teams in the competition are the best in the Northern Hemisphere, and so constantly being exposed to that, I think, is good. Now, yeah, okay, there's definitely some sort of key thing that's not clicking. Why aren't they getting better? They've played how many years in the Six Nations, but I think relegating them to a secondary division where they're going to play competition that is maybe below them, and they're just going to breeze through that, I don't think that builds them. I think there's something to be said to keep showing up week in, week out, year after year, knowing that you might be fodder.
I would agree with you. I will end this discussion on this Italy talk by
the thing is they can't get relegated.
It works on shares. They also deserve a chance to face but they deserve a chance to face other top nations who and get battered by somebody else. Let Georgia get in there and get stuffed up.
I know if some people don't like this relegation.
Look, absolutely. Maybe there should be some sort of thing, but I think just sort of sidelining them might be premature. I think I hear what you're saying, Reese, about is it a sheep in another wolf's clothing, or whatever the thing is, sheep in wolf's clothing. But I don't know. I think there seems to be, and maybe it's the naivety in me, and maybe it's the hopeless romantic for rugby, but I'd like to believe there's something different here. I think you can, if you look at their captain, they've obviously always had a stellar captain, but the new captain, he's just really inspiring, and the guys are rallying around him, and there seems to be something different. And I'm not going to bet the mortgage or the house on it, obviously, but I hope that there is sort of a real change, and that these close wins, as you said, were they just unlucky against Scotland, the breakaway try, should bounce the ball, or is this going to be a consistent thing? And unfortunately, only time will tell.
Yeah, imagine 40 games of the ball bouncing the wrong way.
Can I just one?
No, and I hear you, but what I'm saying is that in the past, absolutely, there's been something that's not been right. But I'm saying this season, so far from what we've seen, or at least last season and this year, it does seem to be more the ball bouncing the wrong way, as opposed to the Italians causing the ball to bounce the wrong way, if that makes sense.
I think Rion, was it Rion or Chris?
Chris. No, I was just gonna say last. I know it's not a popular opinion, but I still believe. I still think 2 tiers, 3 tiers in rugby, relegation, promotion battles would be nice to see. I think Georgia, Romania, Spain, even Portugal should be given a chance, because I think they can give Italy a game, probably beat them on their day, and if they deserve to go up and spend a year in the Six Nations thrashing it out, they should do it. And I think so. Have a 5 nations tier 1, 5 nations tier 2, 1 team out, 1 team in. Maybe every 2 years, 1 team in, 1 team out, something like that. I think that could be and that to motivate, because like I said, it kind of feels like the new, like I don't know if you guys heard this new some international south versus north thing come in, and they're already still tossing these teams aside in that format. So what motivation is it for those guys then to like really push themselves, right? Where Italy's just going to be put there, but still get their asses handed to every single year, like.
Yeah, Chris, I hear you, and thanks for that, boys. So let's hear, if you are listening to this on a podcast, or you're listening to it live, please let us know in the comments for next week, especially. We'd love to hear from you guys whether you think that perhaps a relegation promotion model is appropriate for the Six Nations, and do Italy deserve to be there? Is the next question. So as we move on to the next game, gents, I'd like to talk again. I'd like to leave the big one for last, but Wales-France, 41-28. I'd still call it a drubbing, although the pundits in Wales would say improvement, and I'd go, well, I'm not really too sure. I think that certainly Wales showed a lot of effort, a lot of chutzpah to score some tries, and they looked a little bit better. And to be honest, with the caliber of player that they do have in that group, it's not unexpected that they would be doing slightly better. But I'd like to talk a little bit more about France, because we know about Wales's woes, we know about the internal struggles that they're having. We've always talked about France as being a dark horse in a World Cup, and it's very much like the Belgium situation in football. They've always had this reputation, and often it hasn't truly been backed up. But I think, personally, going into this year's World Cup, that they're a bit more than a dark horse. I think that they can solidly say, based on performances and not on reputation and voodoo and all this hype around them always being the New Zealand in World Cups, that they are genuinely one of the favorites. Is that fair to say? Let's chuck it back there to Rian.
Yeah, they are scary. I think basically, especially after that England game, it felt like there's no one in the world that could beat them. If they stay injury free, they stay well rested, and they're playing in France. I mean, they don't really have to leave France, any of those players, for the rest of the year. They'll be playing everything at home now. The top 14 ends in June, so that's a massive gap between now and June and September when it starts. So they should have a long, good rest and time to get ready. They are, for me, they should be the favorites, equal favorites with Ireland, because they're so good, France because they're home. I think that for me is currently the rating. We can match them, but our discipline has been terrible. Theirs has been much better than us, and I think that's where we've been losing a lot.
Yeah, and Chris, sorry, I always do this to you, and always chuck you in the deep end a little bit. But are we seeing an improvement, perhaps in on how the bookies are seeing France, or is it kind of still not too sure?
Still even my France, yeah, it's still neck and neck. If you shop around, you'll find France or Ireland are just over even money each. France, I think Ireland after this, they are just creeped in a little bit actually on some bookies. But I'll stick my neck out. I've been saying France for the last 3 years, and that doesn't change. Yes, they've had a little bit of an offish Six Nations, but I always have said, if this France team wants to win, they win. So they wanted to win they were not good against Ireland. Ireland were good, dubious cause. I'm going to throw that out there. Wales was interesting. I just think they were just playing like a park game. They just like kind of when they wanted to go and put the ball under the poles, off they went and they did it. And I agree with Rian. I think also just at home, that French fans, it's a 16th man for them. They're a different beast at home. They've been planning for this for years. Like I stick my neck out here. Ireland have been great. Nothing against Ireland, but even against England, the first 60 minutes, they were nervous and they were not sure they were going to win that game. Now, if that was a proper switched on France or Bock team, would have Ireland maybe even won that? So I'm still thinking you're going to get to a quarterfinal. I don't know where it's going to be played. If it's Parc de France or Marseille. I still will put my neck out and say France will beat Ireland in a quarterfinal, and that's going to be my call until that quarterfinal.
Listen, we had
I think it's possible. As long as Paris isn't on fire from strikes, there should be.
Yeah.
But look, we had some abuse last week for apparently Ireland bashing, and so Chris,
did we? And you're done it again.
Yeah, I pray for your soul, and I hope that you'll. Thanks for the.
I need to. This island side is amazing. They've proven it, but I still don't think everyone got on that Italy train that's left the station. Everyone's on this island train. I'm just saying they're not unbeatable, and they're still got to go win that World Cup. But even though it all, when England won it in 2003, it's got that feeling like New Zealand in maybe the last two World Cups just feels like it is going towards Ireland's way. But I think man on paper, all things even, bounce of the ball even, ref decisions even, France are the favourites.
Yeah, I mean favourites to win the third place playoff, because obviously it's a team that win, right? Of course, but
at least France makes finals. That's the one thing they do. They've played in.
Yeah, that's. I mean, 2011 lost to Tonga and we're 1 point away. Well, let's face it. If Juppé put his hand up there in that last 5 minutes, it was overs Cordovas for New Zealand, wasn't it?
All right, so boys, again, I don't want to get too deep into Wales. We've got a lot to cover today. They're horrible, they're woeful. We move, okay?
Amen.
And they're going to make the semi-final, but I didn't say that.
So. Oh, okay, all right, okay. You heard it there first from Chris.
Yeah, you heard it, yeah.
Wiz, if I could let you start off on the big one here, the big boy, the St. Paddy's weekend, the Grand Slam on the cards.
Paddy's, Paddy with a D. Don't get it wrong. People keep out.
My apologies. And some serious history on the cards for Ireland. So it was a 29-16 win in favour of Ireland, and I'm sure the boys have been partying hard, if you've seen on social media. Ireland are deserved winners. Would you just straight up, would you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I think short answer, yes. They definitely look like one of the most consistent teams, definitely more consistent than England. But it's always been between them and France, it looked like this season. It was fantastic to see. I think I'm really excited to get your guys' take on obviously the Stuart card. I'm sure we'll get into that because I'd love to hear your thoughts, and there's been lots on it. But I definitely think, Ireland looking like they are firing on all cylinders, and by all means, they must go out and party and drink lots of Guinness, and just don't slow down.
Get a little
I was thinking that as well. I've seen his videos as well. So keep going, boys. Keep going.
I think I saw they showed up to I can't remember which.
It's Ringrose's house.
Ringrose's house.
Yes, his parents' house. Yeah.
On day 4, because he refused to come out on the 4th day and keep joining. And good on them. Well done to the Irish, and we applaud them for winning. Congratulations. For me, well deserved. And for the Ireland haters last week who didn't like that we thought that they weren't going to win the World Cup. Here you go. A little bit of praise for them. And so we headed to some really cool stats. A 4th Grand Slam for the Irish across both 5 and 6 nations, which is an incredible feat, by the way. It's not easy, even though you've got Italy in there. And more importantly, boys, it's what a time to peak, right? You've got a World Cup here.
Oh, the dreaded P word.
100%. I mean, the peak is just outrageous. And to be honest, barring, let's call it New Zealand, on a couple of occasions, generally the team that's really at their peak in World Cup year doesn't actually meet expectations. But we're not putting that video on them. Please don't hate us in the comments. We are just saying this is generally a fact. Rion, what do we think here? Johnny Sexton, I mean, what is his last Six Nations game? He gets a Grand Slam.
We don't know.
We think. I'm assuming, fair enough, but the grey on his head's telling me something else. He becomes an all-time leading Six Nations point scorer, and a dream send-off for him. Where do we rate Johnny Sexton in Irish folklore, rugby folklore, and in all time?
I'd say probably on the level, they've all rated Brian O'Driscoll as the best ever. He must be level with him at least now. I think if they get that big Webb Ellis Trophy at the end of the year, it will be Johnny Sexton, best ever Irish player. Right now, for me, he must be on the same level as Brian O'Driscoll, just for the things he's done. He's basically a coach on the field. He's as old as I am, and he's taking those shots. So no, you can't not rate a man like that. Yeah. I stub my toe and I need to sit down for 3 hours, and this guy is getting tackled by Jules Barnes and Olivon and those guys, and getting up and going again. No,
Yep.
you have to rate Johnny. He's one of the best, not just for Ireland, best ever to play the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We seem to have temporarily lost Wesley, but I'm sure we'll get him back now in a second. But Chris, if I could just throw it back to you. Well, I think Rion more answered about the ability of Johnny within the Irish side. But what is your opinion of Johnny on a global scale?
He's cemented himself there. He's up there now. He's top 5, top 6, probably if greatest to probably have played the game. Especially he's been in a few good Irish sides, brilliant Irish sides. Totally their talisman. I'll be honest, I wasn't a fan in the beginning. His antics on the field,
me a while
similar
as
to
well.
Owen Farrell.
Yeah.
He was a little brat on the field. He used to drive me insane. No, but honestly, he's got all my respect now. Watching him on the weekend, he's up there. You can put him top 5 fly off definitely of all time. Probably, I mean, I love Bod. Bod was still, when I was growing up, he was the man. But you got to probably say overall now what Sexton has achieved and his influence in that achievement, you got to put him as probably their greatest now.
Yeah, and I would definitely agree with that. I think that something that I really enjoy about Johnny and in general is his ability to take what I would call a traditional game and to elevate it through all of his years of experience. And he reminds me very much, in my opinion, of like a Mornay Stain type vibe. You know, he's just clinical in the basics, and he does everything well. Perhaps not the exceptional and without the flair so much, but I mean that was your job, right? That's what you were signed up to do. And you do it well, and it wins you games, and it's such a poignant thing in all sports, by the way, in my opinion, to see the traditionalists coming out on top in an age where innovation is lauded and really shine gets the viral reaction.
I don't know if you saw the rugby, the good, the bad rugby pod. He was on there with Haskell and I can't remember his name. He hosts it, but they'll make him fun of, because he's not. If you look at him physically, they even joked he doesn't have shoulders. They called him tomato sauce bottle. But the thing is, like he said, and he made a comment that he actually in the gym he was actually stronger than a lot of people. I think he's just one of those guys, even though he doesn't look like a Ma'ananu or specimen of Carter. I think he's one of those guys that got core strength and a strong mind, and that's why he influences the game and has influenced the game the way he has. And there's a lot to say for that.
Yeah, and Wes, I know you're begging to get in on this. Let me just first check. Are you able to hear me, Wes?
No, now we can't hear him.
Now you're muted, Wes.
Wait, we can't.
Well, Wes, if you can hear us, you're having a bit of audio issues, and we'll get our technical team.
I could read his lips, and he was calling Johnny shit. He was saying, "No, this guy."
Word for word is exactly what he said. Audio man, go sort that out, please, with Wes. And in the meantime, Chris, what I'll also check back to you is the effect of Andy Farrell on this side. Oh, geez, Wes.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's appropriate for YouTube, but we'll take. But yeah, Chris, like I said, Andy Farrell's influence on this Irish team, really cool. And I mean, I wonder if Owen sent him a little message to say congratulations. I'm not sure if.
No, for sure he did. No, I must say I'm surprised, because Ireland were progressing. Was it Schmidt that was the last coach before Farrell, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
They started to beat the All Blacks. They had a Grand Slam under him. They were doing well. I wasn't sure. I didn't know if that was going to be their peak. We're going to get. They're still going to be strong, but did not see what's happened in the last 3 years. No, and. I don't know about you guys. I really love I love to listen to the way people talk, and players and peers, and when people talk about certain people, and Farrell's one of those that has that respect that you can tell, and that's great. I didn't expect it, but it's really good for them, and looks like and that's. Besides, I think France probably have it as well, because they've had this cohesion. We've had the cohesion the last 4 years, and so have they, and that's why books us France and Ireland are, for me, the favorites at this point. New Zealand will obviously be there, but just because we've got the same core, the same culture, and it's there and it's ingrained. And I think I didn't expect him to bring it to the party, but he has.
Fantastic. Yeah, thank you for that. Now, as soon as we get Wes back, we're going to get his opinion on this because I'm sure he's got views. But Rion, Yaku Paper, what the actual bleep? I mean, I'll get to his obviously the red card for Stewart in a second, but generally speaking, throughout that game, there were a lot of very dodgy calls going on out there. And I mean, look, everyone has an off day. The English will say it's because he's South African, and I will say, well done to Yaku. I hope he got paid very well. But let's have a chat, Rion. What do we think about Yaku's performance in general? We'll get onto the specifics of the red card in a second.
I don't know. It's hard to know. Every time he has a big game, whenever it's like Italy, Scotland, or something, he seems fine. But as soon as the game gets massive, the spotlight's much brighter. The microscopes come out, and then everyone just sees mistakes. I don't think the red card would have made a difference. Maybe they would have won by 9 instead of 13 points or whatever it was. But I don't know. It's just every time Paper plays, especially when he's playing against England or something, it seems like he makes mistakes. It could be because the accent just doesn't make him sound smart, but I gotta be honest, I usually don't try to look at refs. I try and see them as the invisible thing on the field, and so I never focus on them. I definitely don't like to rate refs. It's talking about the wrong thing of rugby, but people they're angry whenever a game gets close. The ref gets under a microscope. That's just the way rugby works.
Yeah, no, I mean, 100%. And as Wes joins us back there, Wes, let us know if you want to say something, so we can know if you're back. But in the meantime,
Reese, can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you.
Hey, fantastic.
So,
Chris, are you? Sorry, Chris, can you say something? So, are you back?
Yeah, can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me?
I still can't hear Chris.
Okay. That's fine. We'll pass along. Chris was relatively, you don't have to worry about Chris. He doesn't say
Don't worry about it.
Anyway, yeah.
Or the sign language.
Jokes, Chris. But Wes, we were just having a chat, and we were just talking about Yaku Paper's performance. And I know you had some feelings about that red card. So would you like to perhaps explain for maybe the viewers who didn't, or listeners who didn't get a chance to actually see it, what happened? Did it deserve a red card? And is Yaku Paper on the payroll?
Okay, for those of us who didn't get a chance to perhaps see it, or those you rather, what we had was an Irish player sort of coming up to collect a loose ball off the ground. Sort of as he was picking it up, we had Freddie Stewart, the England fullback, coming in at quite a pace. Initially, it looked like he was caught between either wanting to go for the ball himself or sort of flatten the oak. And then at the last sort of minute, it felt a bit awkward. And so he tried to pull out of everything. And in doing so, sort of not even dropped his shoulder, just tried to turn. And the Irish player's head hit straight into his elbow. From my viewpoint and opinion, because this is all it's going to be, right? Because unfortunately, none of us can look at it, with completely factual eyes or unbiased opinion. But there was no malicious intent. I do believe he was trying to pull out and it got himself into a bad situation. People might argue, actually, he should never have gotten into that situation in the first place. And so that's maybe where it comes from. But if I really don't like the use of slow-mo, because things don't happen in slow-mo. Guys don't have that amount of time that we are watching it in. Oh, he could have done. It doesn't happen that way. It was literally in the blink of an eye, and it was all over. And so I do think it has to, when you're reviewing situations like that, I think real time is the only way, to watch it, because that allows you to sort of look at, get an understanding of what the speed the player was seeing it at. And even then, it's not a true comparison, because we've got this sort of bird eye view of all the perfect space. Whereas if you think about it from Maddox's perspective with adrenaline running, but yeah, anyway, so from my perspective, I don't think a red card. I think if you were going to go by the letter of the law, trying to stick to it at least, I think direct contact with the head, I think yellow card, just if you wanted to tick the boxes. But I do think it was quite harsh.
So let me just play devil's advocate for a second here, because someone needs to be in Paper's corner a little bit. We've got a situation where, and I'll use Cheslin Colby as an example, a guy who's on a couple of occasions been caught mistiming runs where he's going for high balls, and as a result, he's kind of pulled away, and he's like, oh no, and you can see he's not actually trying to tackle a guy, but he hits him with the shoulder, the oak goes flying over, like basically effectively cracks his neck, right? And he's been sent off on a number of occasions for it, and rightly so. Now, I know this is a different situation, but the laws are very similar, right? In that you can't put yourself in a reckless situation. Now, if you mistime a run, that's on you. And if you put yourself in a position where you're actually about to injure somebody because of your mistimed run, regardless of whether you're following through with it or not, is it still not your fault?
I think, I think if that's the way we're going to go about things, then rugby might as well just stop.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I've seen all the reactions on Twitter, right? This is the death of rugby, and thanks World Rugby for killing our sport. And look, let's not get that dramatic. But I mean, Reece, you played also for a number of years and stuff, and the decisions you've got to make on the field, the number of decisions and the speeds of the decisions you've got to make. And these guys are the top. They are the top performers around the world. And if they are making these decisions, they're more often than not bad decisions. So I do think there are times when, a truly terrible decision is made. The Oak's gone for the wrong call, maybe maliciously, maybe not, and it deserves to be punished. But I think in this case, it's something completely different.
Okay, so obviously I think there's a big distinction there between intent, and obviously we've all played this game. We all know what it's like to be in the situation. It doesn't mean though that protocols can't be put in place to ensure that as little of those situations happen. But Chris, Rihanna, do you have thoughts on that?
I think we all I think we all agree. Yeah, like I said, we've all played rugby, right? And I think I've done that. So players hit me, and I think I've copped one in the exact same situation. We both got up, and unfortunately, this player was injured to that, but that happens. That is rugby. Like I think, even like you say, even for contesting for the ball, I think if you make the decision to contest for the ball, that's your decision. Like, why is it someone else's prerogative to look after you if you both have the same intention? I think that's rugby. It's always been rugby. But when it comes to the ref, and I think this is not a sentiment. This is not Jaco paper. This is where rugby is. We've got far too many refs involved. We've got far too many laws that don't open up to interpretation. Ironically, we've got a protocol for a red card that leads to this decision. And I think, like we're saying, there's this. I think Super Rugby are trying, obviously, that protocol. If you get a yellow, it can be upgraded to a red. I don't know if it's the other way around. But if we're gonna have a hard checklist, and you look, guys, you can even see Jaco Paper didn't want to give the red. If you actually watch him, he was like, oh, gosh, I've gone through this checklist and I've got to send you off. But I think for me, this checklist has to also have some kind of common sense.
There must be just the little common sense section.
Yes, where's that? Correct. So I think that even if he got to the red in his protocol, I still think there should be a 20-minute window where people take a breath, take a step back, and even that red card can be reduced to a yellow or something like that, because the game doesn't need. I'm going to put my neck out here. We're going to see something like that in the World Cup semi-final or final. I'm telling you right now, a decision like that's going to be made.
I think behind the closed doors, they're going to tell refs, don't give a red card in the playoffs. Even if it looks bad, do anything to mitigate it. Do not give a red card.
But we can't have that. That's we can't. No, like no one. It is. We love this game, but it is becoming a hard watch, and I do feel for the refs, but refs have got it hard. But you just see just see some weird decisions.
Yeah. No, thanks, boys. And I'd like to just touch on something that's been bothering me for a while. I know it's been played with, is the temporary red card, right? The effect of, if you do get a straight red, or a red in general, it's the 10 minutes off, and then a replacement by another player. I think that's a great model to work
20 minutes, yeah.
It doesn't destroy the game.
Yeah,
for both sides.
I agree.
And to be honest, I know we said that Ireland probably would have got away with this win, but as a product for the game, it felt like England were always battling up here. And
I don't like a
think
20-minute red card, I do not enjoy it. I think
Not
the idea
right.
of the red card is you have to feel like you've let your team down. That's one of the uses of the red card. You must feel guilty that you let your team down. That's one of the parts of the red card. What they need to do is they also need to fine that player. In hockey, there used to be brawls all over the field, all over the ice. And then they started fining people, NRL as well. They fined their match fees. Then all of a sudden that stuff went down a lot. People were more careful. They were bending over in tackles, that kind of stuff.
Oh, right. Okay, no, I mean, Rihanna, we're such idiots over here. Honestly, the correct approach was just deck the oak. I mean, let the bench get involved. Come on in, give him a smack around and let him play on.
I made a ridiculous suggestion. I got nailed for it. I said if it's a yellow card, -6 points. If it's a red, -12 points. Negative marking. And I got thrown under. So
All right.
That's obviously not going to work. But I thought,
the Forever Sports fan forum is now boiling down to conspiracy theories. But no, but thanks, guys. I do appreciate that. That's some really good input there. But I think let's boil this down very simply now. Ireland deserve winners, certainly in my point of view. I'm convinced, to be very honest with you. I hate to say it. I don't think I've ever said it before. I think that they are the front runners for this World Cup. I don't want to see it, but yeah, that's my opinion, and we'll see what happens. And
I was trying to look for odds for you. Sorry, from the betting angle, the odds at the moment aren't up. Actually, I said that for me, there's value on that side of the draw for Australia final, Wales semi-final. I think you can get good odds if you're a betting man. If you can find above 2 to 1 there, those are some good value bets. Who call?
Should you put money down before Eddie's first game or after Eddie's first game?
No, before. You got to do it before. That's what I say. When you see Australia for the final, I'm trying to work. Just to use my experience, what you could find, you could get close to 10. It will be a good price. It will be a good price, and it will be a decent bet. It'll be a runner, definitely. Australia to make the final.
Right. Well, you heard it first. Now, to touch, boys, bring a close on our Six Nations coverage, and of course we'll be back next year for that. Let's talk about one very interesting piece of news that came out during this week. The appointment of Scott Robertson to coach New Zealand in 2024. Wes,
it's over, boys.
I don't know if you saw the news.
Rugby is finished.
I think there's not quite just yet. I think Scott Robertson is obviously.
I'm a Lions fan. I've got trauma against that man.
He hurt us a few times, but Scott Robertson, a serial winner with the Crusaders. I think it's 6. I'm not sure. I could be wrong on that. I think it's 6 Super Rugby titles, and I'm sure he will probably add to that this season as well. But he takes over in 2024 after the World Cup. Our incumbent, Ian Foster, is obviously not very happy with the situation, and he's expressed some very public outrage that this entire decision-making regarding his replacement has taken place before the World Cup. But they've got ahead and done it anyway. Is this a sign that New Zealand have effectively not only written off Ian Foster, which obviously they have by replacing him, but written off their chances in the World Cup by saying, we don't really care how disruptive this is to our team?
No, I think if you've got I think, in a country like New Zealand where rugby is, as big as a religion, if not bigger, I think they would never write off any kind of World Cup, right? That is their pilgrimage every 4 years. And so I think any opportunity to win one, they would want to. I think there's potentially lots of reasons why they might have done such a disruptive move. But I still think that they will want to win this just as badly as any other team, and if not even more so because of all this now. And I think if anyone's writing off the All Blacks, well, then that person's an idiot. But we'll have to see.
I agree.
100%. Okay, well, let me. It seems all three of you are in agreement with this, but let me throw some interesting facts your way. Scott Robertson has never coached overseas. I think that's a pretty well-known one. An interesting one is that the 2 most successful coaches in New Zealand history are Steve Hansen and Graham Henry. Both had international experience, or I should say rather overseas experience coaching before they took on the job. The other one is that he has never coached at an international level. So are we saying that the Super Rugby is enough to transcend into the arena of the biggest, let's call it, let's be honest, the biggest job in rugby?
We did Aussie coach. He was an assistant of the All Blacks, yeah. So he did coach before.
He came through the ranks, with the assistants. Yeah, Hansen was Wales, wasn't it?
And Henry as well.
And Henry, both of them were Wales, right?
Terrible records. They were shit.
Yeah.
But regardless of the record,
I agree. I agree with you. This is also another hype train. But look, he's a winner. So I don't think anyone disagrees with that. But I'm sensing, because I try to also get all the news as well, get all the sources, and I think there are a few New Zealanders that have the same thought, because I think Jamie Joseph probably has the experience. I mean, he has won Super Rugby's now at Japan, and he is a bit older. So I think some people are thinking, and I'm starting to think, well, this is a perfect time for Jamie Joseph to come do a World Cup cycle, and let Robertson go to England or Wales, and then Robertson will be perfect for the next World Cup cycle. That's how I probably would have played it out. But I think because Crusaders are, again, serial winners, you just see the way they play. They feel like they're more a New Zealand vibe, So I think everyone's excited to just see the All Blacks play back to that style that we all can't live with, And I think they're thinking that Scott Robinson will definitely bring that to the table. But it will be interesting. I think he'll be fine. I think he'll have the players on his side, and he'll have the right coaching staff, and they'll be New Zealand. They'll be top 2 in the world forever.
All right.
As long as we know.
All right. Interesting. We'll see how that goes. And I guess time will tell. I know he's got the backing of one of obviously the biggest name in eighth man, Kieran Reid. Very publicly backed him, and probably rightly so. But as I said, we've got a lot to get through. I would talk about the New Zealand politics for quite some time, but let's quickly touch on the Currie Cup. I'd love to run through, Rian, what were your thoughts? Would you like me to run you through quickly our results?
The results have been terrible.
So let's start with this. Let's start with this this Pumas Golden Lions game. I'm not overly shocked at 34-27 game in favor of the Pumas. Again, I'm not really sure how many people are watching this. We don't seem to get too much engagement, on these points on Currie Cup games, which to me is already indicative that the news sort of maybe people are hearing for the first time when we bring it up. That seems to be my general impression. But 34-27 result in favor of the Pumas, unexpected, not really.
Not really. Mr. Stonehouse says his guys buzzing then Malacheni, as they call it now.
Yeah.
They're playing like champions. They're carrying on with that momentum they had last year. And it feels like the Lions are still playing an under-21 squad in the Currie Cup.
Yeah.
We just do not have the layers of teams that some of the other clubs have in the country. So, and I've also heard in the back rooms, we all know it's a bit of a clown show, that the junior level coaches and the senior coaches are almost never around the same table. There's interference from the CEO and stuff. So It is a bit of a weird one right now in Joburg. So I'm not surprised the Pumas beat them. They beat the Bulls as well.
Yeah, look, when your coach is coming out, a Lions coach, and of course he is coming out and saying that, the backroom politics definitely is playing a part in it. That's definitely of concern. Chris, and then I'll chuck it over to Wes as well. I'd like to just chat about the Western Province game against so effectively, if you didn't know as well, Blue Bulls obviously had a number of players available to them and stacked it with what is a relatively strong side, although they seem to still somehow be managing to lose with it. Western Province took another approach. They've got a huge game in the URC coming up against Leinster at the top of the URC. And so that John Dobson decided to field a second string side against a strong Bull side, and obviously expecting, or maybe not expecting, but at least wouldn't be shocked by taking an L against them. Chris,
Yeah.
I mean, as someone who wouldn't be expected, what happened there?
As a province man, I wasn't expecting it, to be honest. I did call a Bull. I didn't punted to you guys, thankfully. But I thought the Bulls should surely at home at Loftus take that win. But I think it's a sign of the time, guys. I think, let's face it, Western Province Union Stormers is the strongest union in the country. The culture's filtering through all the sides, and you can see that. It's playing out on the field. So I think a lot of people, even in my group, punting group, it took a lot of people to trust the Stormers, as did I, because 2 years ago, even in the COVID times, Stormers weren't strong. We were leaking, we weren't defending well. But this is an unregular. Dobson was the worst thing since sliced bread, or now is the best thing since sliced bread. But he was criticised. It's just a big turnaround, and so it's filtered through the union, and the province and Stormers right now, I always say, are just very, very difficult to beat. Leinster will struggle to beat them tomorrow. Stormers might not win, but at the moment, it's the strongest union in the country. So I think we just got to keep that in mind.
100%. And Wes, does that come as a shock to you to know that province not only I would call grassroots, but it's not really, of course, that this a second string province/Stormers team is beating what is a very strong Bulls team. I believe similarly did start, of course, and all the boykies, I think, were pretty much involved there. Is it a shock to learn that out of the depths of liquidation, province have somehow risen to the top of the game?
Not entirely. I think maybe surface level, but I think you've got, again, that second string side. Those Oaks will see that as their opportunity to just give it absolutely everything. They've got nothing to lose, right? So again, being the side expected to lose, the underdogs, we know that tale. But those individual players, this is their chance to do something. And I mean, fantastic for them. They took it by the horns, well, literally the Bulls, and took the game to them and won. So I think, if you haven't played sports, maybe, given the facts, it might be shocking. But if you've played sports, I think you could understand why they were able to pull out that win.
100%.
But the guy in charge of the union off to Saru now, Rian Oberholzer. He was the administrator in charge of Western Province Union now. I think he's leaving.
Oh, really?
Right.
Yeah. So enjoy it while you can, boys.
Well, I think also this is another pattern of the 2-year itch of Jake White, right? 2-3 years, things kind of start
The
off with a
Mourinho
bang,
sickness.
and then things start to unravel, and maybe, and also what I noticed with the Bulls, I mean, you never see the same Bulls team. Like, there's always 7 changes every single week. How can you get any momentum? Guys probably don't know where they stand with Jake or where they stand in that squad system, and it's just, as you can see, they can't put a cohesive, solid performance together at the moment.
Okay, so big news coming out of Forever Sports. Jake White's still a Duis.
But also Dobbo, if you listen to Dobbo, he talks about the players. He says these guys, they're one for all for one mentality. If you listen to these things that come out of camps, they matter, and at the moment the Stormers are that. They're one team, one dream, and they've got each other's backs.
Yeah. Look, I think obviously they've backed John Dobson, and he's returning the favour here. So to run through just the remainder of the games that happened, a 52-12 win for the Cheetahs over the Griffins. Nothing unexpected there. Again, obviously Griffins struggling to find their feet, moving up to the Currie Cup, and of course I won't read too much into it. It could have been a lot worse, I suppose. And the Cheetahs, look, everyone expects to drop the Griffins, and we won't read too much into that result, I feel. And then obviously the Griquas with a 48-40 win over the Sharks. What a game, first of all. An incredible match. And again, still a shock result. I mean, although it's a weakened Sharks team, we probably were expecting them to come out with a dub here. Well done to the Griquas, and I'm really glad to see them coming onwards and upwards. Are we anything from your guys' side? Are we totally bamboozled by this, or is it just okay? Well, it was an up in the air kind of game.
No, they were finalists last year. The Griquas. You'd think they'd still also be good this year.
No, sure. I mean, we say that. I know we say that, but let's be honest. There's always these big talk from the big unions and about how much investment they've got and the improvements that they've made and so on. And so you expect them to go, well, next year they're going to come out and absolutely stuff these Oaks, and it just hasn't happened.
No, I think the smaller guys, Chris, the guys
No.
like the Bulls, and I think the Bulls, the Sharks, and the Lions have young coaches as well now, where the Griquas and Pumas have two coaches who've been doing it for years and years and years. So there is a thing of cohesion there, like we all keep mentioning. I don't think they've lost too many players, either of those sides either. Maybe winning the Currie Cup gives you a couple $100,000 to keep some players in your team, and that's just helped them carry on with their momentum this year.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 pounds there.
Yeah,
all right, so then I just want to quickly have a little look here, and let's just have a look. I had a chair before me now. I wanted to have a get towards our fixtures coming up from this weekend, but I seem to have. There we go. Okay, so coming up on this weekend, we've got the Golden Lions versus the Griffins. I don't think anyone will disagree with me when I say that the Golden Lions should comfortably win that. I'd probably say about, let's call it 20 points. 20 points more.
That's what the bookies have. So you're about spot on.
For once, good to know. We got the Cheetahs against the Bulls. I'm not too sure about this. I'm actually going to go with the Cheetahs on this one. Wes, any views on that? Cheetahs, Bulls?
No, I mean, it sounded like the Cheetahs had a good showing last week. Again, the Bulls, supposedly that shock defeat, so they'll have something to prove now. So I wouldn't be able to call it either way, except it'll be hopefully some great rugby.
Now, let me just remind you though that Bulls team, all of the big names that they flooded last weekend, are obviously now not available to them, are playing in the URC once again. So I think that Cheetah side will be relatively unchanged.
But then
so then you've got an informed Cheetah side. But again, you could now then go with the Stormers approach of that sort of backs against the wall, nothing to prove, or everything to prove, nothing to lose. Look, I would never write off any team, even Italy, Reese. I know you hate it, but I've been proven wrong too many times. So I still stand by it'll be a great game. If I were to put money on it, okay, maybe that would fall the Cheetah side.
Yeah, I would also go Cheetahs.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, Wes still believes in Santa Claus,
So I mean, you guys are. I mean, the bookies have the Cheetahs as 13, 14 points favorites, are quite heavy favorites. But I see the Bulls though they've got Smith, Mapu, Hendricks in the midfield there. So, but again, it's so random. You got all this experience in the midfield, and then unknown Oaks out wide, and in the pack. And this is what I'm saying. Like, you see these names, you think, oh, they're going to give them a run. But I think I agree with Wes. I think Bulls Cheetahs are not, they're often close games. I think the Bulls are going to be up for this. I think Cheetahs win, but I think the Bulls are going to give them a game.
Sure, I'd probably agree with that. The Pumas and Griquas, again, probably the highlight game of the weekend. I mean, how often do we get to say that? But
20,000 people at the stadium, eh?
Yeah, no. But I'm gonna put my neck out here and probably say the Pumas by 10.
You're reading the bookies, Reza. You got your sheet in front of there. He's just seeing the handicap. Yeah, but that's what the bookies have as well. It started at 10. It's gone down. Money's come for the Griquas. I would be on the Griquas plus 10 there, but I think it's going to be a closer game than 10 points.
What can I say? Forever Sports hype me for a reason. And then Sharks Province. I'm going to say that I think Province probably come out on top there, Rian.
Yeah, Province, they're just happy now. The Sharks also under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, 100%. So there goes
our summer games in Durban are crappy, so
100. Yeah, absolutely. So there goes our preview for the Currie Cup, and now we move on to the big one. And we do apologize if you're still with us and listening to what was an action-packed part of the weekend. But let's get on to the really exciting stuff. URC returns. I'm super excited, really stoked about it. I'd like to start off with a couple. We won't highlight all the games. I'm going to start off with what I think are the hottest ones. Let's go with the Stormers Leinster game. Guys, top of the log clash. It is monstrous. Let's get an initial reaction. I mean, both points. Okay, well, there are some differences here, though. We've got Leinster sitting with having played 15-1-15, Stormers having played 15-1-11. Although most people would probably say there's just not that much in it, though. Anybody want to take a bite at it?
Wes, you want to go?
Go, Wes, yeah.
I mean, not much to say at that. I mean, again, just mouth-watering rugby. What more could you ask for? Again, I haven't been able to watch much of it, but we'll catch the highlights when I can. And yeah, both sides looking just firing really well. And so, I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait either. But I will point out that that this Leinster side are probably struggling a little bit more with in terms of their personnel availability.
Yeah.
Obviously, Sexton is actually out with a groin injury, which he got over the weekend.
Out with a groin injury in Italy on holiday.
100%. And on the other side of that, we've got a slew of returning players to the URC coming back from the Watchalong, to the Stormers, from the Watchalong camp, from another avenues. Rian, what do we say?
Oh, the Leinster side, man, they're like a bunch of robots. How do you beat them, especially at home? If ever there was a side and a time to do it at their place, it was now. So I think the guys in the box and the team would be very up for this. They want to show the Irish sides they're not going to, especially Leinster, it's not going to be a free run to the title this year. They've had a bit of a coast. I think Leinster are playing most of the South African sides only now at the end of the season. So it's time to put a bit of brakes on their run. I think probably it'll be pretty even, and then the benches should come in where the picture I have done doesn't have the benches. I think maybe the Stormers bench should be better.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
where it's going to be won or lost. I think that's where the Stormers might sneak a close one.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the Stormers side, and Chris, I'll put it over to you in a second. We've got Clayton Blommerkees, Hartzenberg, Dan Duplessis, Damien Willemse starting at inside centre, Sanatla, Libok, Paul de Vet, and the big one for me, the return of Daimani, which is a big one. We've got Ben Jason Dixon at 7, Dion Fourie, Marvin Ori returns as well. Ruben van Heerden, who's been quite a performer, and then we've got what is one hell of a front row in Frans Malherbe, Joseph Weber, and Stephen Kitzel.
Thing of beauty. Yeah.
It's a scary prospect for anyone. Do you think and do you think that the return of those players makes a big difference?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what I was going to say, Reece. I wanted to make the points before the team news. Leinster were 10 points favourites, and on the back of the team news, it's down to 5.5, and we think it's going to go to 2. So, obviously, I mean, you look at the team, and Stormers fan myself, and the Leinster don't have all their top guns there. There was also a heavy weather report initially as well. Lots of wind and rain. The rain has left. I think there's still going to be a lot of wind, which unfortunately makes it a game of
the book doesn't
two different
like
halves,
that.
right?
Yeah.
So that's a worry. That's a lookout, because I think, let's face it, South African teams still, even though it's the names, we don't really like to go up there in the breezy Northern Ireland fields, and we don't really set them alight. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
But this Stormers team this is what I mean. I think I've got some stats for you. I think like when this team plays, they don't lose. They haven't lost by more than 7 in like over a year and a half, and especially when Malherbe and Kitchell and Fourie and Willemse are on the park, they're like at an 80% strike rate. Like, they're just so tough.
I'm glad they're starting Fourie. They're always bringing him off the bench to try and save.
How is he? He's some guy, this guy. Hey, what a story.
Little bulldog.
So I still worry because it is Leinster, but let's not be surprised now. I think a lot of people, I know I've spoken to my Leinster mates who are going to the game tomorrow. They're nervous. They're a little bit nervous. Yeah.
I hope Dweba has been practicing his darts in.
I sent a gift. I sent a gift today. Good luck, Joe. Thoughts are with you. Best of time is when it's no wind. It's a struggle. So maybe the wind will blow it straight. Maybe it's a good thing.
Look, and Wes, just to catch you up as well, I think we've got a Leinster side who fielded what they call and what everyone called a second string side last season, where the Stormers barely got over the line against them. I think it was 2013, something along those lines. And so I think they have a bit of a point to prove, Leinster, in saying, well, listen, actually, we could barely scrape against our second team back then. I think you're going to get a bit of a drubbing now. And my initial feeling is I don't think Stormers get over the line here. I'd be keen to see what you think, especially in conditions favouring them. Surely we've got to respect them more now. I mean, we've been called out numerous times as Boks supporters and South African supporters that we can't seem to get past the facade that we are unbeatable or our best teams are the best. I think we've got to. I think it's about time we maybe show a bit of humility, right?
Jeez, I mean, yeah, like, I for me that's just so foreign. Like, I think anyone is beatable on any day, you know. So I think if you go into any game without respect, you are asking to be beaten. I think that was something consistently I found when you'd write off teams or whatever because you thought it'd be a win or what. You got your ass handed to you. So look, I'm all for an attitude of humility. I don't like to talk before the game, even during the game. I'm very happy to talk after the game, like in terms of, you know, once everything's on the field and the result is done and we've achieved what we need to achieve, then we can talk all the smack we want. But up until that whistle goes, like, let's just put in the work. Like, that's what's going to ultimately bring about the result, not going in there swinging things in the wind, but actually bloody, you know, getting over the try line.
Throwing balls in the ring.
Very, very PC there from our from our guest over here, which we appreciate. No need for it though. We're all very uncultured here. But yeah, I'd like to just say one thing though, is that I'm not saying that we should be writing the Stormers off necessarily. Just that they maybe deserve a bit more of our backing than we think. And Matthew Dixon,
I agree.
Saying the URC SA teams are going to win.
Well, Lions are getting dragged in the chat over here. I don't know what's going on.
Matty Dixon, you are exactly what I was talking about, buddy. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure we get over the line. I hope we do. And let's see what happens here. Sorry, Chris, I think it was you.
No, yeah, I was just saying, I agree with you. Like on paper, we should win, but I got burnt badly in the when it was the Rainbow Cup when we went there, and I had my South African hat on. The caps were like 27, and we got nailed. So I'm very hesitant, even with our best teams. I worry about our mindsets when we go over there, and they are definitely going to be up for it, no matter what team they're putting up there. I agree with you. Leinster going to win. That's a 3-point win to Leinster. But maybe we get lucky. I don't know. All right.
So, I'm so glad someone agrees with me for once. Goodness, it's so nice. It's so nice not having.
That's to back you up there, man.
So yeah, I want to move on to, for me, and as a Lions supporter, move on to what I think is going to be a crucial.
Oh, what! I changed my mind. What, Lions? No. I'm joking.
We've got a Lions versus Benetton game. Both teams have played 15 games. The Lions with 7 wins and Benetton with 8. There's really not too much in it between them on paper necessarily. I think that most people are probably leaning the way of Benetton, and I mean, I'm almost obviously not too surprised by that. The Lions have not been setting the world alight, and I really like their team on paper. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I just don't back them right now. Rion,
there's a stat that the team that gives us up the most post-contact meters in the ERC is the Lions. They give up 4 meters per tackle that they make, which is suicide.
Yeah.
Well, every time they hit, they fall down and let the guy run over them. That's been the issue. It hasn't been fixed. And Benetton, as far as I know, they are not resting their Italy players. Most of them are straight back in for this week. So it's going to be a long game for the Lions, I think. If it was at Ellis Park, we might talk, but Benetton in Treviso with most of their good players back, I think it's a Benetton easy one, that one.
Yeah, and a pity about that, to be very honest. I wish I could say better things for the Lions right now, and hopefully we come back next week and we have better things to say. So to run through some of the other fixtures, which I'm not really too excited about, we've got Zebra versus Cardiff, which is a bottom of the table scrap at the moment, and well, sorry, not Cardiff are not sitting 10th. Let me take that back. But to read you some stats here, Zebra have played 15 games, 0 wins, with a points difference of minus 306.
Shame.
And that's, to me, that's just ridiculous numbers, and that's something we can't be putting up. And we had this chat already about Italy in the Six Nations, and yeah, I throw my hands up and I say, point prove it, boys. Come at me.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna hold my tongue a little bit. Someone else can say.
Cardiff will win, but they also don't have their players.
No,
So
The
Cardiff
zip-
will, instead of 100, they'll win by 70. Gotcha.
no. Again, the Zebra and Benetton spent more so definitely than Zebra. Are playing a lot better, but it's I've been in my punting circles. A lot of people punt the Italian sides. I can't do it. I don't give my money to Italian sides. I can't trust them at all, and I don't, and I won't. So I don't even. They're not a game I don't even watch a lot of their games, even when they're best African teams.
Yeah, lovely. And there's obviously no reason for it. Wes, I'd like to chat to you a little bit about this. You have a bit of experience up in the UK, and maybe you have some mates who might have talked to you over the years about it. We've got an Ospreys versus Dragons game, which is truly a bottom feeder game. Ospreys and Dragons are both sitting in the bottom 4 of the competition with, I think, 4 and 3 wins between them. And unfortunately, if I look at the table here, we've got in 13th, 14th, 15th place, 3 Welsh sides, and barring Cardiff, who are in 10th, all doing really poorly. And it's indicative of Wales rugby at the moment in general. But, geez, I mean, what's honestly, if you had access to it during Botswana right now, so you probably don't, but would you watch this game?
Yeah, I mean, that probably says it all, doesn't it? Yeah, so I think it's really sad that that's the case, and that, as you said, the stats is really a shame about the Welsh sides being in the bottom, so that many. But it needs to get fixed, because the Welsh are such a pride people. I've been fortunate enough to spend some time there, and you just go into these villages and they eat, sleep, breathe rugby, and it's just part of who they are, culture, this, that, the next. So it's a real shame and a disservice to the nation that it's in the state it is at the moment. And so again, the club sides need to start getting more. We can speak about funding and better, and I think that's what's happening at the moment. The talks with the Welsh Union and everything. So hopefully that gets up, and then I'll start watching those games. But it's just hopefully for them and their well-being and the nation's well-being. We speak about. I mean, we know it. We know when the Boks lose or play poorly or whatever, it's like the week is ruined. The weekend's stuffed. The week is ruined until we rectify it. And it's the same for these Oaks. And so hopefully they can get that sorted.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a pity. I believe Rion and Chris have we've set our part on this previously, and so one thing I will say is I think that there's maybe some talks over the coming years about a reduction in unions, which I believe somebody raised in previous weeks for them. I think perhaps they need to reduce the number of teams that they have competing at this level and just merge together. But something to consider. For the future.
Absolutely.
They shouldn't have to.
I agree, and I'm sure they said there's going to be civil war if that happens. I'm sure they're going to have fallouts there.
Yeah, look, it's on practically speaking, sure. In reality, perhaps maybe not. We've got a Connacht versus Edinburgh game. I think Connacht probably take this, in my opinion, pretty comfortably. I don't know. Are we expecting any upsets there?
Nope, Connacht should take that one easily. Edinburgh have let me down. I thought they would be much better this year than they've been. They've really let me down. I think Connacht should take that. They didn't lose a bunch of guys. Aki and Hansen will probably not play, but the rest of their first choice guys should be there. And I see they signed Cordero today as well, so another little fast winger there. Don't know how long before he's playing for Ireland as well. Should be an easy one for Connacht at the dog track.
Lovely. And we've got a further game. We've got the Glasgow Warriors and Munster both sitting 4 and 5 at the moment. Barely anything in between them. I think that's probably another game to watch for the weekend, barring the Stormers Leinster game. Chris, what are we saying there? I'm sure. I don't know if you have the odds on you, but I'm sure there can't be much in it.
No, that's when you got a little bit wrong. The bookies are favouring Munster quite a bit. 12
They should
points.
take it easily,
Munster's for home form. As a better, it's a trend I've done. So had some success. Munster at home are solid. They put in 30, 40 points most games against any opposition.
Name on his back.
Yeah. And like Edinburgh, like Connacht as well, home team solid. Edinburgh, Glasgow, these teams are very good at home to back, but away from home they could be anything. So it's a solid form line to back Munster. And I think Munster at home. I think I have actually called. I think that it'll be a closer game, but Munster will win between 7 and 10.
All right, well there we go. Perhaps an interesting one to watch there. So that's the weekend's URC games in a nutshell, and obviously the pick of them being the Stormers game. I'd like to talk a little bit about the Sharks, who let me just see here. Who I think I've missed.
They're playing the Scarlets
away. Scarlets. So that should be in theory a decent win for them. Although they've raised some surprises of late. So let me just bite my tongue a little bit.
Okay.
But
I think Sharks at full strength, and before COVID, when they were winning Super 8, Sharks at full strength are actually a top 4 side, could compete. But as soon as they don't have the top players, they disappear into they just go. It's weird. So it just depends what team they put out, really.
I don't know. You say that. I've seen the Sharks tie kind of chuck it with the biggest names that they have, and I think I'm not saying that that's going to happen this time, but I've seen it happen before.
I bet Sharks are difficult to understand these guys. No, they're tough. I mean, remember was it Cardiff that absolutely trounced them at Kings Park, and then they went and and then they went and had a really good one. I can't remember who it was. They beat a massive 3 weeks later. So they just, who knows.
All right, so Wes, let me get your thoughts on this. I don't know if you might have seen the news, because obviously you're quite far away there. But the big news coming out is that Vincent Koch has been picked up by the Sharks, which is a huge boon for South African rugby. What a pickup! And it's been a bit of a weird reaction, because teams like the Stormers, the Sharks, and the Bulls have picked up a number of international players of extreme quality, lured them back to South Africa, or alternatively kept them here, which has not been the going trend for a long time. Koch is still a massive name. He's still in the absolute prime of his career, and so that's a huge pickup. The Sharks, perhaps arguably, not arguably, actually, they haven't put out the results expected of a team that's been so heavily invested in. One, what's your reaction to Koch as a pickup? And two, why is it that South Africans are not quite so excited about the fact that we're actually able to retain our talent? It seems to have actually made us, in a sense, not worse, but it seems to be a bit like we can't seem to get all these superstars together in one team anymore.
Yeah, so let's start with the first thing. My reaction to that news is one of joy, because I really don't like it. I get it and I respect it, and totally understandable when Oaks go overseas, because at the end of the day, money talks, and they've got to provide for themselves and families. And
you did it yourself.
There we go. Unfortunately, was it? Look, I mean, and maybe there it was because it was just so saturated here. But absolutely right. No, fair enough. But if we can get our boys back to be playing for our local sides, sort of the South African sides, I don't know, that just fills some part of me, like some South African pride part, and it's just fantastic to see them here. I think it also helps, I don't know, if we're all playing the same, not style of rugby, because obviously all the South African teams will have different styles, but it's still South African rugby. And then for me, that just creates a greater cohesion when we get into the box, as opposed to potentially us being spread out all over the place and playing all these different styles. Now we can maybe use some of that, but I don't know. I really like it when we've got sort of our boys back at home, and we've got these, just players, as you said, in the prime of their careers, and playing for local sides. In terms of the reaction, I'm not sure. I don't know why that seems to be the way it is. It's kind of a weird one, actually.
Yeah, I think it's kind of strange. My reaction has been, I look at the side and I go, holy hell, like what? I mean, what is going on at the Sharks? And the Bulls have similar sort of reaction. I think the Stormers perhaps are doing better business locally as well as picking up internationally. But between the Bulls and the Sharks, I'm like, one, fantastic for them. They've got all this money coming in and they're using it to pick up big names. I hope that it doesn't come at the cost of grassroots level development, one. And two, I hope that they're able to actually use these big names. I feel like they're so used to playing without them that it's not quite translating yet. They will get used to it. But I also worry that we've got, our English Premier team, like Leicester Tigers and all those kind of guys. You look at them these days and there's like hardly any English players in them. They're just saturated with foreigners. And because they're trying to pick up the best in the world. I wonder if when we start doing the same thing, even though they are our boykies and they are locals and we're bringing them back, when you pick up the best in the world, are you not just saying to everyone, well, we've got the money to do it, stuff everything else. We don't need to develop our own guys anymore. And then isn't that just going to restart the cycle of the guys who are sitting below them just going, well, we'll look somewhere else for guys who actually want to pick us up. Rion, Chris, I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that.
Well, Carlo Sardi and Thomas du Toit left as a swap for Koch. So they'll be gone now, getting developed somewhere else. And Koch is 33, du Toit is 27. So
so well,
in the long term, Koch is worse because you're going to lose him after a couple of years, probably to retirement. But the other side of the coin is a prop these days can go to 35, 36 years old. He might not be in the box plan anymore, so they'll get a lot more out of him than they would Thomas du Toit, who's probably going to be with the box a lot more now. So they probably did their math and decided, no, we want someone we can play more often. Koch might, after the World Cup, not go to the box anymore, and then we can use him properly for 2 to 3 years. That might be the call they were making in the boardroom.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah. But just on a feeling though, I don't want to say that it's a terrible thing that we're spending our money, but I mean, I kind of enjoyed seeing the new up and coming names, and I know everyone moaned like, oh, Andre Pollard left in his prime and all these folks left and whatever. And I was like, initially it kind of sucks. And then you see a new talent come in and just, tear up the scene and he's the next big thing on the thing. I kind of enjoyed that. And, I don't know. I wonder if it's going to hurt our development in the long run.
No, are you still talking about Koch going to the Sharks?
Not Koch necessarily.
Just in general.
Just in general. The fact that we're no longer losing players, we're bringing back players.
I hear you. I don't know. It's a tough one. I mean, you can't buy experience and quality. You are buying, but you can't substitute that. And I think they will add value, and if that's how the Sharks want to roll, which it looks like they're going. Well, look, but then the thing is, look what Jake White, when he brought all the veterans back to the Bulls, did that help? I think they probably should have been blooding the youngsters. If you look at it,
they made the final, but now they're all left again.
I mean, prove me wrong at the end of the season when we've, possibly the Bulls and the Sharks are sitting there competing. But it's just a feeling that I have. I hope I'm proven wrong. I see Matthew Dixon.
Wait till you see. We're still not even getting revenue share from the ERC. Once the money starts coming in, you'll see a bit more coming in. Correct. We're only getting money from the ERC from next year. Right now, we're paying to be in the ERC, so it's going to change even more.
I see Matthew Dixon in the comments saying, I think the pipeline is still going to go strong. I agree with you. I do think the pipeline is going strong. I just wonder if they're going to be blocked out by the senior players who've been brought back from overseas. That's really my concern.
But remember last week we spoke about the value of the Currie Cup, and that's why I said that there is value in the Currie Cup. We need that second tier competition. I worry about calling the Currie Cup because it's devalued the name of that beautiful competition. But that competition for these guys needs to be there and it needs to be strong. And that's where
I don't know why they made it now. Why didn't they do it later in the year? Why is the Currie Cup running?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Why did they just put it in its original dates at the middle of the year? Why? I don't understand why they have to do it now. Call it the Vodacom Cup again or something now or whatever.
Right.
But
right. So as a final chat talking point, and I don't know, again, I don't know, Wes, if you've heard about this. I actually want Rion to explain it to us a little bit, because I've also only seen the headlines. Rion, walk us through this proposal for the North-South
I haven't
derby.
even read it.
Does anyone actually know what the hell they're trying to do?
It comes up every year. There's a World Cup. They want some world league to align.
Yeah. So I think it's one game home and away. So that it won't be a 3-match tour to one country. They'll play Australia, New Zealand through the summer, our summer, and then we'll go back and do the reverse there. And it'll end up there'll be 2 pools. The top 2 are going to play a final. Woohoo! Twickenham raise a trophy. We're all happy. And I think that's what the format's going to be, like an every 2-year cycle in between World Cups.
So who do you? I'm going to take a venture and probably say that this is something that's that the boys in New Zealand and Australia are proposing, because their revenue is struggling without us in Super Rugby. Just my thoughts.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a money thing, isn't it? That's what.
Yeah, it sounds like a money thing. Yeah.
And Wes, if I could ask you, would you love to see? And I know it's something that's been talked about forever, but we just don't see enough of it. Barbarians is an example, but there used to be a World 11 type of game. I would love to see a South mix and a North mix. One-off game, maybe every 2 years or whatever the case is, chuck in the best coaches in the world to give them a session, put it at the end of the season. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like an awesome idea, but definitely not a one-off. Do it like a 3-game series, like a Lions tour or something, where you've got this all-star team and you've got the 3 games, and you make it a bit interesting, or even 2 if you want to do that. But it would be fantastic. I don't know where you slot it in. You said, is it end of season? Is it every end of second season? Or do you do it like a Lions tour every 4 years or something? But yes, it would be phenomenal to see some of the Southern boys mixing together, the Northern boys mixing together, and going head to head.
Yeah,
I agree. I think it'll be cool.
Yeah. Very cool. So, guys, we've unfortunately been going for just over an hour and a half, and we thank everyone who's been with us for the entire duration. Wes, we would like to thank you for hopping on the show and giving us a little bit of insight into American rugby, and I would love to have you back sometime and just really get deeper into it, because we've only really scratched the surface about what we want to know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Rion, Chris, thank you again for your time. Oh, sorry, I actually forgot to cover a segment here. My apologies.
Yeah.
Before we finish off here, Chris, as usual. Chris, would you run us through some of the big talking points on odds for the weekend?
As I was saying, unfortunately, when we go live, a lot of odds aren't published yet. You get some for Friday games, but not many for Saturday and Sunday. Unfortunately, we've got a lot of rugby, so I definitely would be able to propose more bets than I would have that I'm doing now. But I have dug out another treble for you guys for the weekend, starting tomorrow. Waratahs versus Chiefs. The line points are at 52.5, which I think is quite low in my opinion. I would have capped it at 56. So again, for the guys who are punting a bit of money on games, what you need to do is, if you need to cap yourself, be a capper as well. So you need to take on the bookie. So the bookie says it's 52, and you say you think it's going to be 56. Then you thinking that the bookies are 4 points short, and your bet will be over 52. So that's how you try play the bookies. So for me, 46 is a low mark. It's 10 points less than what I think the game's going to go, quite confidently. So that'll be a leg. Then I've also got tomorrow the Griquas. Like I said, the handicap is 10. It's moved down to 8. So the money is coming for Griquas. And I think Griquas keep this within 10 points. So the line points is at 10 for even money, or a little bit less than even for bookies take a little stake. But I'm taking more points for Griquas to 17.5 as another leg. So it's plus 17.5 Griquas points with Waratahs and Chiefs over 46. And then to end off the treble, Highlanders at home against the Drua. I just think Highlanders, yes, have been poor, but I don't think they did all right. They did the job all right against Force last week. I don't see the Drua rocking up there and winning. I think the Highlanders have improved enough. I just just think these Fijian teams, it's great to watch and great to see. I just don't think they're still really good enough to come to New Zealand teams and win. So I think Highlanders should win that by 10 more. And that treble will give us a 2.53 treble. As I said to you guys and the guys on the chat, if you are following, I mean, obviously tail if you wish, follow these, but obviously it's also to guide you. I don't want to give bets just for the sake of it. So if I feel strongly, I'll give them. So I'm very, very confident that this treble is another nice runner. We got the treble last week at 2.7 or 2.6. So this is a similar one. So let's hope this brings it home. And I think just in terms of betting, so we talk about stake. It's also important how much you bet. We talk about stake units, and one stake can be R1 to somebody or 100 or 1,000, whatever it is how much money you have to throw or to bet. You got to expect to lose, right? You bet responsibly, like don't bet more than you can afford. But at the moment, it's a 1 unit stake. So if your unit's R10, put a R10 on it. If it's 100, put 100 on it. And as we go through the weeks and we build this up, we'll keep a record. We'll start playing around with bigger odds and bigger units. But for now, let's get into it and build a winning record, build some cash, and then we can see how we go.
Yeah, guys, thank you very much, Chris. We always appreciate your expertise on that forum. And yeah, guys, if you're interested, follow Chris along. Like he said, for the weeks coming, we will be keeping a record and putting up a little table as well, just to make it easier for you guys to follow. So you don't have to keep listening to it. You can actually just pause and see what bets that Chris has put up for the week. And so hop into Bet.coza, and thank you to Bet.coza as well for the sponsorship. Boys, as I said, a very long one today. Thank you to everyone who's listening on whatever forum. We're very happy to announce that we will be adding every single Fan Forum show in podcast format to all the major platforms, especially like Spotify and so on. Yeah, we've fantastic, guys. Thank you very much. And Rian, Chris, we will see you again next week. We will be joined again by Stevie P. Unfortunately, no jokes. We love Stevie P, and we're very excited to see him back. He's taking a well-deserved rest in the Kruger. And Wes, again, thank you very much for your time. We will see you again as well. Until next time, gents, have a great weekend.
Cheers,
everyone. Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's gun, how to watch Stormers versus Leinster 1 versus 2. The battle of the top of the URC table as it does return following the conclusion of the Six Nations. And this is shaped to be an absolute corker of a match. And one you do not want to miss. I mean, this is very much potentially a dry run of the potential final. It's the final we want to see, isn't it? We want to see the Stormers taking on Leinster. It's happening over in Ireland, so it'll be a very good learning curve for Stormers, because if they are to get to the final of the URC once again, chances are they will be in Ireland and they will be playing against Leinster. So this is a very important game for them to it's a bit of an acid test, isn't it? And to make sure that you don't miss any of the action, rather, you can watch it on a free channel. TG4, which is an Irish language channel, will be showing all the action live on Friday night. Now, if you are in Ireland, you can watch it for free. If you're not, you can still watch it, but through the use of a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Now, we recommend using ExpressVPN because it just works. And check out the description. We've got a step-by-step guide on how you can watch this action. So first things first, you're going to get yourself ExpressVPN. And you're going to install it, and you're going to get to this little menu over here. Now, you see these little dots on the right. You're going to click on that. That's going to open up a whole bunch of locations, and you're going to select Ireland. What you're then going to do is turn it on like that. And then you're going to go to TG4, you can go to Watch Live, and it's a little player that looks something like this. And because we are connected to a VPN, and we are in Ireland, hey presto, it's working. That's how easy it is. Literally, that is how easy it is. So all you got to do is you got to download ExpressVPN, you've got to connect to an Irish server, and then you can watch TG4 live. And the action will be on the channel there on Friday night. You can in fact watch both this game, Scarlets versus Sharks, as well as Bulls versus Ulster, all on free broadcasters through the use of VPN. So get yourself ExpressVPN. You'll also actually be able to watch the entire World Cup for free if you have a VPN as well. So go and get it right now. I recommend getting the year subscription. You get an extra 3 months free. You can watch all the World Cup action. We'll show you how to watch all the Rugby Championship and the entire URC and Champions Cup as well. So get yourself a ExpressVPN, get yourself sorted, and enjoy all the action this weekend. Hello everyone, welcome to Favorite Rugby on Fair Sport. For today's preview, Leinster versus Stormers, maybe a precursor to what could be the URC final. The top two sides in the competition, but a full-strength Stormers side, a very understrength Leinster side, which we expected on the back of the Six Nations Grand Slam. All the Irish lads are out and they're drinking and they're pissed and they're not going to be available to play rugby for at least a while. So it's very much a young Leinster side that will be taken to the park against the Stormers. It's good, very good Stormers side. A lot of the Springboks back, Stephen Kitsoff, Damien Willemse, Marvin Orie, all the big names back apart from a couple of injuries. And I think for me, I think the Stormers are looking at this. First of all, obviously they want to win a couple of games, solidify that second position. But I think more importantly for them, it's about realizing that they could very well, if they get to the final, this is where they're going to be playing. They're going to be playing in Ireland. They need to go over there, they need to play there, they need to understand what it's like playing there. So I think this is a bit of an acid test for some of the players to just get over there, play in the conditions that they might be playing the final in a couple of weeks' time. And in terms of the players that they've gone over, we're going to look at them in a second. We'll start with Leinster. And before we do, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. This is the Leinster side. And again, a lot of people won't recognize a lot of the names. Rhys Ruddock, who always seems to pop up in these sort of sides, captains the side, and you know what you're going to get from him, and that is world-class work rate and just relentless ball carrying and aggression from him. He's a world-class player, he really is, and he's a fun player to watch. It's a good Leinster side though, despite they obviously got a lot of players missing, but it's still not a dreadful side. You've got Michael Milner, John McKee, and Michael Alala-Toa. Alala-Toa is a really good tight end, proper world-class tight end. And I think that he will provide a reasonable stern test. Ross Maloney, Jason Jenkins in the second row. Very keen to see how Jason Jenkins goes. A player that we kind of really keep waiting for him to kind of pop up back on the block radar. He's in the SAA side, but this is a nice opportunity to see exactly where he's at and whether he still could be a potential bolter maybe for the World Cup. You then got Rhys Ruddock next to Scott Penny and Max Deegan completing that pack. Luke Begard next to Harry Byrne is the halfback pairing. Dave Kearney, Rob Russell, the two wings. Jordan Lamore. He's a nice player. I actually quite like watching him at fullback. And then you've got Kieran Frawley and Liam Turner in the centres. Off the bench, but yeah, this is where a lot of people I don't think will recognise most of the players. Lee Barron, Ed Byrne, Vaktan Abduladze, Brian Deeney, Will Connors, Nick McCarthy, Charlie Tector. He's a nice player. I quite enjoy watching him. And then you've got Brendan Brownlee. Maybe more importantly, or rather more interestingly, Stormers have gone proper full strength. Look at the Stormers side. Stephen Kitsoff, Joseph Weber, Frans Malherbe. That is a Springbok front row. Ruben van Heerden, Marvin Orie. That's their two best locks. Dion Free, Ben Jason Dixon, Hachiba Daimani. There's no Evan Roos, but in his absence, Daimani's been doing it. So basically, in theory, if Evan Roos comes back, Daimani shifts to the 7, Evan Roos takes the 8, and that is their strongest pack. That is the strongest pack. So I've been very impressed with Ben Jason Dixon. I think he's been getting through a lot of work, a very different type of player to maybe when Hachiba Daimani is occupying the 7 jersey, but incredibly hardworking, incredibly effective, and I've been very impressed with him. Paul de Vet next to Mike Liebach, Sanatla Suleiman Hartzenberg, the two wings, Clayton Robinson at fullback, Damien Willemse back in the side and inside centre where he really just loves to just cook. Dan Duplessis outside centre. No Ruan now, no Evan Roos, two big sort of absentees in what is pretty much close to a full strength starting 15. They then got Jaja Kotzer, Brock Harris, Netley Boucher, Ernst van Rijn, Willie Engelbrecht, Marcel Tennyson, Herschel Yankee, Jean-Luc Duplessis. They are a 6-2 split kind of side. And again, it's difficult to see the type of players that would actually come into the side if it were a final tomorrow. A bit like all this. I think we've actually seen four very full strength South African sides across all the fixtures. I don't think that too many South African sides will be making a lot of changes to their teams if they were to name their strongest side. I think we're very much there with all our South African sides this weekend in the URC, and maybe it's the fact that a lot of the Northern Hemisphere teams are all weakened, and they're going to say, right, well, whilst they're weakened for maybe 1 or 2 games, let's capitalize, let's grab a couple of victories, get ourselves into where we need to get ourselves, so that when all these big international stars come back as they prepare for the Champions Challenge Cup run-in, we've already got ourselves there, and we've got a bit of momentum. Because momentum is a strange thing. You get some momentum, mentally, you go and beat Leinster away, doesn't matter if it's not the top-class Leinster, if it's not the island #1 team in the world, basically, which occupy most of the Leinster spots, you've still beaten them away. That psychologically, you've still got that sort of little bit of momentum, a little bit of an edge, and you kind of need to take anything you can against these kind of sides. So let me know what you think of the teams down in the comments below. As I said, very, very weakened Leinster side, very strong Stormers side. They should be able to get the job, but will they? They're still playing away. They're still playing against a very well-disciplined side and a rugby institution that just works in the likes of the Leinster, where there's so many players that come through and this kind of the quality very rarely drops. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon.
If we're going to be truthful, all the big boys are still having a nice little drink after their Grand Slam win. So we get to see some big Springboks up against to test the depth of Leinster over there in Dublin. Looks like a cold one tonight. How's everyone doing? Everyone got their beers ready for a big game? I know I'm very excited to have a good look at these two teams tonight. There's obviously good news for the Stormers. They've got a very good front row. Kitsoff, Dweba, Malherbe. I'm sure Stephen told you guys. Ori, Dion Fourie is starting, which is a nice thing. Usually Dion Fourie comes off the bench, so it's going to be good to see him on the field from the start. Here we go. Stormers running out. I'm very excited for this. Late kickoff, though. It's weird to have a kickoff this late in a game that we're playing in. Good crowd as well. They're not playing at the big RDS arena. They're playing at the smaller home venue for Leinster. I see they've got all their kids out tonight as well. Harry Byrne is either guy. No, yeah, Harry Byrne's taking charge at 10 for Leinster. That's going to be the next generation. Really excited for this one. Want to see Daimani. He's back in the squad after a bit of injuries plaguing him earlier this year. Mani Lebok. I think it's very windy there tonight, so it will be good to see if Mani can handle his kicking game, can work out nicely. Damien Willems at 12. Very excited to see him back as well. He's had a good break. He's been touring Germany, going to the Adidas factory with Siakolisi. That was pretty cool stuff. Don't know why they're going to Adidas. They're all going to be sponsored by Nike one of these days. Can't wait for those jerseys for the Springboks to come out. Okay, moment of silence. There's always something going on over there. Have a drink while we wait. Who's winning tonight? Leinster or Stormers? I'm obviously hoping for Stormers victory, but my head says Leinster. My head says Leinster. I think they just a very well-oiled machine. Their coaches just signed on for another few years. Leo Cullen, all those guys. Stuart Lancaster. Let me get my chat window right here. Will depend on my commentary. Let's hope I'm not too far behind. Streaming DSTV, you're always behind a few minutes. Hopefully it all works out. But I'll update you on the score, Dion. Your namesake on the field as well today. Then they have a young Ben Jason Dixon. I haven't seen him play yet. Playing at 7, so must be a big boy. And Lebok ready to kick off. And on my side, they've just gone. Kick off by the Stormers, and Leinster gather it and they take it out of their 22. Okay, the first few phases. Let's see what we've got. Are Leinster going to run it, or will they kick it out? They'll probably want to get rid of it. They won't play in their 22. Not many teams do, unless they're Italian. Looks like they're playing into the wind from the traveling of that ball. And here's a good carry from Daimoni, back from injury. Okay, and the Stormers go up in the air. Not very high, so Leinster could handle it easily. I remember when the Sharks got played here, it was a pretty good game. Penalty, offside. And Leinster get their first shot to get out of their half. Who are you guys thinking are going to take this one? I think probably Leinster. They're just in a good place right now. Even though the Stormers are very good, and when they play this team, they win 80% of their matches. But Leinster wins 100. So line out for Leinster. Ruddock. Oh, ball stolen. Good work by the Stormers there. And they are in a good place to attack. They're ready for the line out today. You want to cut off Leinster at their line out. So that's very good. The pick up and go from Stormers. Looks like the vet's going to put it in the air. Yeah, he sends a little soft dink up. Easily handled by Leinster. So that's a bit of a cheap give up. Yeah, I think they're going to work hard. I think that it's all going to be about the packs and the bench. The better bench will win it for me. I think maybe the Stormers are edging it there. But let's enjoy the game. The Leinster struggling to get out of their half right now. Stormers are all over them in defense. And another turnover. Welcome, Peter Francis, as a member, Forever Sports Club member. And the Stormers on attack, keeping the ball alive. Lebok gets it from Dan Duplessis off the ground. Quick ball. They take it wide back the other way. But Leinster's defense is organized. Damien Villiser carries it in. He gets clean ball out. Dion Farid now with a carry. It's all happening. Very good stuff. That's on my side, at least, guys. Sorry if it's out of sync. Now, the Stormers still have it. They're up a few phases now. Dweba, he puts a man on the ground. Damn. Reddock puts him to the floor. Lebok is again directing the attack. Kitsov with a good carry. Still, quick ball for the Stormers. Willemse out wide. He takes it in to contact. And the forwards are there to keep the ball clean. So the Stormers are putting good phases together, but Leinster's putting them under defensive pressure, and Lebok decides to put it ahead. Ooh, into space. Harry Byrne covers it. So now Hazenberg, he's trying to get over the ball. I think those guys are sealing off. Yeah, there we go. Penalty to the Stormers. A very good bit of pressure there by the Stormers. Good phase of play. Both teams handling their respective things good. Good defense from Leinster. Good attack from the Stormers. So far, good quality match. Enjoying it very much. What are the Stormers going to do here? Looks like they might be going for the line out. Brave stuff. Probably the wind is a bit rough to try and kick for posts. Let's see. The Stormers stole the first line out. Let's see if they can win theirs. I wonder if they'll look at hitting in the air there. And then, yeah, no, that was going off your feet at the ruck there. Okay, Stormers. Dweba. Let's see if he's practiced his darts. He was with the Springboks. Yep, Ori takes it. Good catch. And the drive is on. Okay, forwards going to battle. And the Stormers gaining ground. They're doing well. Dweba at the back. Taken down legally. But still Stormers ball. The vet gets it out. Duplessis with a carry. The ball is still there for the Stormers. Forwards wrapping around. But they lose a bit of ground. Okay, are they going to go short? No, they'll go long. Another heavy carry. Little pop from Ori to Daimoni. I think he knocked it on. Yep, that's a knock on. Just trying to be a little too cute. And Leinster now have the chance to come out of there. 22. they'll probably set up a ruck and try and get it off the park. Ball's out. And the Stormers still putting pressure on the Leinster guys, but it looks like Harry Byrne will put it out. Yeah. They are definitely playing into the wind. I think Leinster's not getting a lot of distance on their kicks. So, if your team's playing with the wind in the first half, you better run up a score. So that's a missed opportunity by the Stormers. The defense of the line-out drive was good. And then I think the little pop and Daimani wanted to get the offload, but his hands were tied up. So, that might be a bit of an early tackle there, Mr. Referee. Okay. Dweba with another chance to get his stats up. Yep. Good throw in. And the peel off the back to the vet. Heisenberg. That's who it is. Yeah, Hartzenberg. Leinster got a roll away in the ruck there. Here's Dweba with another carry. He causes damage every time he carries the ball. Another good carry there in the midfield by the Stormers. They're coming back blind towards the forwards. Dan du Plessis with a ball out the back to Lebok. He's wrapped up in the tackle. I think it was a high shot. Yeah, the ref's arms are out. And here's Van Heerden with a carry. He's well stopped. The vet will send it back to the open side. Lebok behind the back to Willemse. He skips to Dan du Plessis. He gets it off the ground. Malherbe tries the offload. Tries to be too cute. Has it Sokis? Okay, so high shot. This is a penalty chance for the Stormers. I think they'll go for the 3 here. Yeah, wrapped right around Lebok's neck. And have a drink. So the Stormers, it's been all them so far. Definitely the wind is helping them stay in the Leinster half. What are they going to do? Posts? Yeah. Hopefully they can get the 3 points here. Reset. Get back out of their half. Was a good bit of defense there by the Leinster, but also good control by the Stormers. They even have a person holding the place kick ball, so the wind must be howling. Where's everyone watching from tonight? Do we have some Irish guys here? Yeah. Early in the match, I think it is tougher to break through when you're that close to the other team's line, but the Stormers probably would have scored against most teams in that situation. Leinster, really, really good defense there. And how's it, LB? Peter can't see the match. You're going to have to find it somewhere else. We don't show the match, but if you go into the description, you'll see you can join free ExpressVPN, and then there's a link to a stream there. As long as you have a VPN enabled, you can use that stream. That's what I've been told. I usually go to other sites. Yeah, the wind is howling, LB. I'm a bit behind you, I think, on the stream. But the wind is very, very hard tonight. Oof. No, that's not how you catch a kickoff. Oh. Okay, so that's going to be a struggle. I know the South African side struggle in the hectic wind in Ireland. You can see Harry Byrne hammered that one, and look at that ball go all over the place. Oof. It's going to be a tough night to be a fullback. I'm thinking we'll be seeing a lot of high balls from Leinster tonight. Put our fullbacks under pressure. Okay, and the Stormers, they want to exit. Oh, the Stormers up front are basically the Springboks, Frank. It's Steven Kitsoff, World Cup winner. Joseph Dweba, Lions winner. Frans Malherbe, World Cup winner. Marvin Ori, Lions winner. Dion Fourie, Leon legend. Activa Daimani, Currie Cup winner. Also, nervous here in South Africa, Frank. Okay, Leinster finally has a chance to attack. They set up the maul. They come out the back. There goes Jordan Lama, midfield carry. They getting over the advantage line much easier than the Stormers were. The Stormers are not hitting those tackles. A lot of post-contact meters. Alan Alatoa, he's stopped well. Okay, Leinster still going to the same side. Yeah, the Stormers are not managing to slow this ball. Oh, McGrath nearly breaks through. Okay, they don't have a 9. Stormers trying to come through the middle. I think they've turned it over. Yes. Okay. Okay, so that was the Leinster ruck speed giving the Stormers problems, but they ran out of forwards. So the Stormers got to get over the ball. I think McGrath got isolated and they didn't have anyone to clean the ball. But yeah, the post-contact meters were not good there. The Stormers will have to clean that up. Okay, so brilliant snipe, but then they couldn't keep that ball clean. And the Stormers try and exit again. But Leinster looked very good. That was their first possession of the night, and they made a lot of meters. Stormers, that's alarm bells for them. They better shore up that defense. Okay, line out again. Let's see if Dweber can hit another one. He's 2 from 2 so far. There we go. 3 from 3. And the carry from Van Heerden in midfield. How's it, Peter? Welcome. Welcome. Thanks for subbing to the Forever Sports channel. You'll see there's a lot of videos here coming out. Okay, Lama catches the ball, carries it into contact, and now Leinster have the ball on halfway. What do you say, Callum, Langford? Yeah, Leinster will have to work hard to win this one, but they've shown they're not easy to beat. Literally impossible this season. Okay, Storm is still on attack. Midfield carry there from Scott Penny. He's held up, but gets to the ground. McGrath sends it back to Ruddock. He's stopped behind the advantage line by Ori. And McGrath puts it over the top. Blommetjies, yeah, he covers it well. He sends it wide to, no, that was Libok covering it well. And now Sinatla, loses the ball in contact. You have to protect the ball against these guys. You can't make mistakes like that. Now, ball back to Leinster. Ooh, and they knock it on. Okay, so ball, we get our first scrum, guys. Very exciting. I want to see how this Springbok front row goes. Alaalatoa is no slouch either. He has a very famous brother as well. Oh, it looks like it's raining. I haven't picked that up on the main camera. Oh no. Do we have load shedding? Shame, man. I think I'm being load shed as we speak as well. But I have a battery, so I'm okay. I'm a lucky guy. Let me see. For any foreign people, load shedding is our monopoly power company not being able to provide us. South African packs are usually lighter, LB. It's technique. It's all in the technique. We have very good technique. It is me, Matthew. Welcome from last night. Most peeps call me Ringo. That's my nickname. Okay, so we've got a reset. Still Stormers ball. Trying to get this first scrum going. Everyone's taking a nice breather. Can't wait for those Super Rugby rules to come into this thing, the 30-second rug thing. Who's the front row? Michael Mull, John McKee, and Alan Michael Alaalatoa. Alan plays for the Brumbies. I shouldn't get that wrong. Michael Alaalatoa. I'll just say Alaalatoa all night. Okay, scrum is packed. Yeah, it's a varsity nickname. Okay, scrum goes down, but Storm is told to use it. Dion Fourie. Libok sends it wide to Willemse. He puts it on the boot. And penalty to the Stormers, I think, because the flanks came off the scrum. Not allowed to do that, Mr. Leinster. Makes you offside. Yeah. Scott Penny. Not allowed to come off the scrum like that. You got to stay bound. Mr. Fourie trying to teach him there. Okay, so what else Stormers going to do here? Probably line out, right? They're too far to get it over the posts. Yeah. Lincolnshire. Where is Lincolnshire? Let me see. I'm now interested. Lincolnshire, UK. Yeah, still no tries. In this type of weather, if 3 points are like a try is like 2 tries. Lincolnshire. Let's see where that is in the UK. Okay, that's northeast. I have family in the Peak District in Bakewell, just south of Sheffield, Mr. Langford Cullum. So I know how you feel. Yeah, in SA it's been nice and toasty, but it's been a bit cloudier in Joburg today where I live. Is that a stolen lineout? It looks like it. Oh no. That's what happens when we're not concentrating, guys. Stormers lose lineouts. And the ball, yeah, that's for the Stormers. They get to go again. Yeah, toasty. I think it hit 30 degrees in the week again in March. It should start. Yeah, no, it looks very wet. How's it, De Villiers? Oh, look at that ball go. This is going to be a front of the line out type of night. I think the wind is getting worse. Stormers now with a short balls. Dweber with a good carry. And Van Heerden, he carries it up. The vet, he goes back the other direction. Hopefully there's someone to clean the ruck. Yes, Willem says there. Oh, not held in the tackle. Farouk gets up and goes again. The vet, he sends it out to Van Heerden. Malherbe's there to keep the ruck clean. Dweber, he's there with a carry. Put to the ground. You can't watch. We don't show the actual game here. We'll get super deleted, but you can watch the game. There's links in the Peter. There's links in the description. Just follow the description guide, and you'll be able to watch the game. Okay, so that was Lebok going for a drop goal. Missed it. Okay, so Dion Fourie is having a good game. So far, the Stormers look to be getting over the advantage line as well, but just not that last bit. And that's a bit of a wasted opportunity in this weather. I will not tell you what Lebok just said. That is for his mother to talk to him about. Okay, Harry Byrne with the exit attempt. Nice little flat, wet ball. Fielded in the midfield. Daimani to carry it back up. And he runs into a big old blue wall. Okay, and Lebok puts it up in the air again. Hudson-Back chases, but there's no one really there. So Harry Byrne has an easy field. He decides to run it up, and Van Heerden destroys him. Okay. Southeast England. Live in a place called Holbeach. Nice. I've been to England in the winter. It is no joke there. Pitch black by 4 o'clock. It's crazy. But spring's coming, Langford, so soon it'll be warm and raining. Ooh, beautiful carry by Blomik is there. The ball is being offloaded in this weather. Hudson-Back with a carry. He's stopped, not held on the ground, so he could pick up again and go. Now they need support. Yes, the ball's clean. Dweber, he carries. He needs to be cleaned out. Okay, Lebok, he sends it out wide. They put it on the boot for some reason again. Lama fields it lovely. And then another attacking opportunity gone. England gets very cold. I've never been there in Feb. I think that's the worst time. Langford would be able to tell us. Feb, early March. I'm sure, yeah, Midwest of the USA gets freezing cold. Okay, so the Stormers are getting into the 22, but they're not getting through after that. They needed to show a little bit of patience. I think they're kicking the ball away maybe a bit too easily right now. But the handling's been beautiful, especially in this weather. To see the Stormers offloading and passing the ball and running it in this weather is very nice. Oh, yeah. I'm sure New Zealand gets even much worse than here. I'm ready for it to get cooler in South Africa as well. It's been a boiling summer. It was wet in December here in Joburg, but it was hot. November, October, March. Too hot. Can't go to bed when it's 25 degrees. Okay, another scrum for Leinster. And short arm for early engagement. So what are they going to do? Call another scrum? Yeah, of course they would. Of course Kitsoff wants another scrum. They want to pull in the forwards, maybe use that blind side. if you have Blommetjies and Libbok running that side, it should be pretty good. I saw, Albie, there's been a lot of rain in Auckland and floods and stuff, and even a hurricane as well hit Auckland at some point. You guys have been hit hard with pretty bad weather. I must say, our summer was nice if you have a pool. Is it a try, Sokis? Let us see. Let us see. I'm behind you guys. I might have to refresh my stream. Pick up from Van Heerden. Another carry from some other massive South African. Can't see his number. Then Dwebo with a carry. I'm excited to see, guys. Libbok. Oh, beautiful. Oh, yes. You guys are right. Was a very nice try. Libbok. Oh, the man looks angry. I love it. Beautiful try. This will quiet the crowd down, especially in this weather. Oof, sorry, LB. Look at this. Beautiful scrum, stable stuff. Then Van Heerden picks it up. And then it was just power. Power, power, power. Keep the defenders, the forwards busy on the back foot. And then Libbok was like, I'll do this. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely try. Get it out of the post as quick as you can. I'm sure they would have taken 0 points to 10 after 21 minutes on my side. Seems I'm about 32 seconds to a minute behind you guys. Not too bad. And the wind is coming down in sheets right now. But it's been a high-quality match. I've been enjoying it very much. Stormers got to get back quick. They need to build as many points as they can while they're playing with the wind. It's definitely been the wind that's been helping them a lot. Let's see if they can gather this kickoff. The last one was not so good. Don't tell me, guys, if it's a terrible kickoff receipt. And he punches it hard and caught well. Okay. Du Plessis makes meters. Okay, yeah. It's probably because I'm streaming from Europe. So, yeah, it takes a while to get here. I don't think it'll help if I refresh my thing. It's just physics, you know? Can't do anything about it. It's still amazing to think that I'm watching stuff over there. They're trying to get it out on my side. They are outside of the 22. Let's see. Put it up high and chase. Yeah, Sanatla, get on your bike. And beautiful, beautiful work. Okay, they're keeping the pressure on Leinster. I'm glad. You can see the Stormers are up for this. The guys have had a good rest. The Springboks have not been playing for, what's it, like 4 weeks now? So yeah, it's been a great few weeks for the Stormers guys. They really want to give the Leinster guys their first L of the season. Still a long way to go though. Okay, good maul here by Leinster. But stopped by Stormers. McGrath's trying to get it out. He gets it and he puts it up in the sky. Now, needs to be covered. Oh, that was not cool. Sanatla's having trouble under this high ball. I would as well if it's swirling around like that. That's one thing in weather like this. If you're running onto the ball instead of reversing, it is a lot easier. Okay, Stormers line out. Weber, hit your darts. I know it's like the hardest. Oh no, scrum. What am I saying? Of course you wouldn't want to line out if you have the choice. I've been enjoying this, guys. It's been nice to chat, even though it's 10 o'clock at night in South Africa. The whole neighborhood's lights are off. Feels like I'm the only guy alive. Okay, scrum for the Stormers. The vet to put it in. He's been playing well, and they still, I think do they have Herschel Yankees on the bench? Yeah, they do. So they won't be losing any quality at the 9. Yeah, no, it's tough. The South African sides I've seen have really struggled to play in this wind and rain. Oh, is this just going to keep sliding? Oh, yeah. See, We struggle with that in weather like this. It's always been tough. But learn from it. There's still lots of game left to learn. Second half, you'll see then they'll have another big issue with it. Okay, so Leinster has a scrum now. Please don't tell me they score. Poor Lebok, trying to get used to this weather. Who's the replacement fly-off? I have no idea. Probably Willemse will move to fly-off if Lebok goes off, but he'll probably want to play the whole game. Okay, so Leinster on the attack, which is always dangerous. McGrath gets it out. More carries. Are the Stormers able to stop these meters after contact? Radak with a carry. He's a pretty handy second string 8 for Leinster. Yeah, the more time Willemse gets at fly off, the better, the more chance we have that like guys like Frans Steyn aren't needed anymore. Willemse will be our how's it not half time yet? Yeah, no, this game is taking long. It's when you're nervous, you want the clock to go faster. Oh, kick through by Byrne, and he puts it out. So that should be, was it advantage to Leinster? What's happening here? So the scrum was good. I'm trying to see the highlights here. I was slightly behind, guys. Willemse, I like Willemse at 10, but not as a permanent 10. I'd rather have, like Pollard has been tearing up for the Tigers. He's been scoring tries, kicking 100% games. He's been really good. And I don't mind the thought of Lebok as our backup fly-off. He's been really, really good. And then Willemse is our player 23. He can cover center, fly-off, or fullback. So you can change Willie, you can change Damien if you want, or you can put Willemse at 10 if you want. I like Willemse as our new front row Steyn. That means he'll also play a lot more. Okay, so the kick into the 22. Yeah, Willemse, I'm sure he will get. He got a lot at least last year as well, just because of all the injuries. But I'm sure the box kind of coaches, I think, kind of trust Willemse more at 10 than they do Lebok so far. But I mean, what Lebok did in that game against Italy, you could tell he's good, at least against weaker teams. Quick line out by Leinster, catching the Stormers napping. Okay. Yeah, Pollard he was struggling a bit last year, but again, for the Tigers this season, he's been playing well. He's really, really, really been playing well in the Premiership. George Ford, who's like the English fly-off, he's going to struggle to put Pollard out the team. Oh, and there's a knock. Yeah, the two of them, you can tell they've had a nice few weeks off. Adam, Malherbe, and Kitsoff, they look fresh. All the Springboks actually look very fresh. Oh, what are you doing, Lebok? Why are you kicking there? That's not good. And now the ball back to Leinster, but they are also looking shocking. Roddick needs to clean up a ball that goes to the ground. Okay, and the Stormers said again, struggling to get out their half now. You shouldn't in this wind. Just kick it out far. Okay, and the ball is protected by Leinster. They get to attack some more. Harry Byrne, sends it out to McHugh, gets smashed in a turnover. Now Willemse has it. Protect him. Willemse puts it over the top. There's no fullback. He was in the attack. Daimani. Lama wins the battle for the ball. He is fast. Okay, and McGrath. Here comes the Caterpillar. Okay, can we handle this ball? I think no. Wasn't that a knock-on ref? No? Okay, Leinster ball. Stormers must be back on defense now. Du Plessis puts the pressure on. Oh, that's near intercept there by Hartzenberg. Now Penny gets to run. No one there no 9 at the ruck, and the Stormers putting pressure in defense. Alatoa with a good ball handling, but the ball's knocked on in the ruck, and Fourie sends it out. Now Blommetjies decides, no, let's get out of here, guys. There's no one in the backfield for the Stormers. You know, Blommetjies played for the Scarlets, so he should be good in weather like this. He knows this type of rain. Everyone looks gassed because the ball hasn't stopped for the last 2 minutes. And the Stormers are all over Leinster in defense. Who's 13? Turner. He runs it up. He's right at McGraw's eye line. Oh, is that now offside? No, it shouldn't be. The ball was in the air. Another carry by Leinster. They're trying to run it out of their 22, but I think there's a accidental knock on. Yeah, penalty to Leinster. Blommetjies has been he's always been a bit of an up and down player, just like Libbok, but now being back, oh no, I think we might see a card here. Let's hope not, guys. It's been a good game so far. Look at that grass. How's it, Andrew? Your VPN is cuck. NordVPN doesn't work. They know I'm not in Ireland for some reason. Oh, no. Yeah, a lot of these bigger VPN companies are now being forced to, stay within the law. I can give you a tip if you want to watch the game, but you need to click a lot of pop-ups, but usually it works. You just go to Reddit, to Rugby Union, the subreddit. There's usually a link there. If the VPN isn't working, or VIP box, that's the website, but I didn't say it. But if I were to have an illicit website that shows games, I would call it VIP box and then just click on all the pop-ups till they're gone. I think Sinatla's going to go for a bit of a sit down here. Okay, no yellow. Is it? Is it a yellow? No. All right, so Leinster have the lineouts in the Stormers half. It's been all Stormers so far, but I feel like in this weather, you do want to build a bigger lead. Okay, so Leinster lineout. Bulls Ulster. Ooh, Ulster should, and Ulster have Dwayne playing. So, and the Bulls have not been in good form. I think Ulster might be giving the Bulls a bit of a hiding tomorrow. Okay, Turner with a carry close to the ruck. McGraw sends it back the blind side. Harry Byrne runs onto it at speed. It's a nice big gap. Lama playing at 9 now. He sends it out wide. One off runners now. McGraw again comes back to the near side. The carry there by Maloney. Maloney. Oh, but the ball goes to ground. And here goes Libbok with an intercept. The ref hasn't blown his whistle. Lama is giving chase, but Hudson-Berg's there. And lovely try for the Stormers, everyone. Yeah, Dwayne has been killing it, especially against... I saw that interview with Negri as well. Dwayne Vermeulen is a monster these days. He's ready for that World Cup. But Stormers, 15 points up. Leinster trying to play too many, high pass by McGraw, and Libbok pounces on the ball. Beautiful try. I think I've caught up to you guys. My stream, I secretly refreshed it and none of you knew, was Poker Face. Hudson-Berg gets the try under the post, makes it easy for Libbok. So far, the Stormers are looking good. That's what you want. In this weather, with the wind at your back, yeah, it's that playing against the wind in the second half. But I think with the Stormers playing their full strength team, their bench should be able to carry them into the second half. The Leinster bench, I know Nick McCarthy and Ed Byrne, and that's about it. Okay. Beautiful half so far from the Stormers. Their pressure has been so good. All of a sudden, it's 5 minutes left, guys. It's been flying now. We've been chatting about the weather and about VPNs and about how there's probably a place showing illicit streams called VIP Box, but I didn't say that. Okay, so this is what all of us would have wanted. The Stormers to just put pressure on the log leaders. Oh, they're still struggling with this kickoff. Why is the Bulls gay? Because they can if they want to. It's a normal lifestyle choice. I don't know. They're just struggling. They're doing like 7 or 8 changes per game. They just need to stick to a team for once. You know who the starting team for the Stormers are. You don't know who the starting team for the Bulls are because they've been chopping and changing all season. Jake must just pick, especially a back line, and stick to it. Okay, Leinster back on the attack. Harry Burns sends it to Lama in midfield. He's wrapped up by Ori, and Malherbe is on top of him. He probably can't breathe. Okay, McGrath sends it back to the left. What's that? Right-hand side. I know, Sockies. They don't stick to a team. He does keep most of his forwards, but his backline, I mean, has he had the same backline 2 games in a row? I don't think so. How are you going to build cohesion like that? The Stormers, Libok, Willemse, Blommetjies, Sinatla, those guys are all going to be there, so they get to play together. But the Bulls, it's like 1 week it's Mapu, the next week it's Hendrikse, the next week it's Forster. Okay, but Leinster on the attack here. They put the kick through. There's no one at the back. The chase is on. And the ball's out. All right. The defense is still keeping up. Is that Crawley, the 12? Yeah. Kieran Frawley. There's big raps on the 12 from Leinster. Everyone's saying the next possible 10 for Ireland. Oh, ball's out. Hartenbach is a quick guy, LB. And young as well. He's like Gumezulu. Also like a SA under 20s star. Okay, Dweber, hit the darts. I'm hoping Inku is back soon. He's been injured for ages, Sukis. Oh, no. Dweber misses the line out, and it's panic stations. Leinster has the ball right on the Stormers line here. They got to be strong in defense now. Jenkins with a carry. He nearly loses it forward. Penalty, offside by Stormers. Okay. Get on the line, boys. Watch for that quick tap. Oh, Leinster and tap moves, guys. Yeah, I refreshed, LB. So I am back on time, I think. Okay, Leinster moves. Leinster tap moves. Let's see what they do. Ruddock with a carry, but he's well stopped. Okay, they didn't fall for any tricks there. They're trying to drive over the ball. They got to stay on their feet. Penalty advantage to Stormers, to Leinster again. Stormers driving over the ball, but off their feet. Okay, McGrath to Harry Byrne. He puts the kick ahead, and it's dead. So penalty still. Cheers, Langford. Are you going? Okay, so another tap and go. Let's see. Short tap and go. Stormers hitting guys hard. No offside yet. They're right on the line. McGrath with a carry. He tries to go short. He's stopped. They come to closer to the post. Still with a carry. The Stormers. Ori, watch it. You're offside. Yeah, there you go. How can you not be on the line, my man? And Leinster still with the short balls. Still with Leinster. They'll try and score near the post there. Dan Duplessis stops the carry. Now Alalatoa gets a chance. Ruddock on his bum. He's stopped short. Okay, the Stormers will be loving this defense. And they go wide. Lama trying to put on the fancy footwork, but he's stopped by Dweber. And then Ori wraps him up. Still advantage to Leinster, so Leinster can do fancy stuff here. Oh, and they do a good carry, and I think they're over. There's a try. Goat in rugby. Sokis, that's probably Richie McCaw. Yeah, it's Richie McCaw. Okay, so that's a try for Michael Milner from Leinster. Stormers just couldn't keep them out. It's their kickoff receipts. Yeah, no, this is now the Stormers. They couldn't receive the kickoff cleanly, couldn't get out of their half, and Leinster just controlling the ball and a good try. Just not not able to keep Leinster out. Too many penalties given away. So we're back to what? 7 points if they put it over. 5 points to 17 with a conversion to come. The posts are swinging in the wind. But it should be half time. Now my stream has stopped. Thank you, DSTV. And here goes the kick. Nope, doesn't even get close. And that's half time, guys. I'll see you guys just now. That was a nice half of rugby. Been having a lekker chat. I hope to see you in a few minutes' time. Ready for the second half. I am so pumped for this second half. Let's see if the Stormers can play against the wind, like Leinster had to do for the whole first half. Everyone got their drinks. Everyone ready to go? I cannot wait. So, Stormers leading 5 points to 17. They were all over Leinster in that first half. They had the wind at their back. Looks like the rain has maybe died down again. And the kickoff at the restart is still a massive issue for the Stormers. So, they are in their half. Kickoff receipts have been terrible. Papa Rampel. I hope maybe this brings Irish fans and pundits down to earth a little. They act like they are the new New Zealand. They are the new New Zealand, though. So, I'm fine with him being carrying the target on their back. It's fun when you're at the top. I don't mind people bragging a bit. It allows us to brag when we're good, Mr. Rumpel. It's all part of the fun of the sport. Got to enjoy it. It's all good. It gives you that drive to try and beat them, which is, look what the Stormers are doing. Okay, so the first up and under is an absolute horror show. Mr. Carney, Dave Carney, damn, that's a blast from the past. He gathers the ball. Try scorer Milner with a carry for Leinster, and they are on the attack in the beginning of the first half. Okay, another ruck turnover. Leinster cannot protect their ruck ball, eh? Stormers send it out. Willemse, he puts it on the boot, but the ball stops very short. They're going to have to get used to kicking into this wind. Now, number 11, Carney, he still carries it. Yeah, LB, let the guys on top brag. We bragged a lot when we were on top, so it's all fun and games. If you're on the top, you're allowed to brag a little bit. They deserve their time in the sun, and then you just use that as your fuel. Okay, Lebok, he puts it high. Hopefully he's got the wind figured out, because no one else seems to. Nope, Leinster wins it back again. These so far Stormers are not handling this wind in the second half. And it's a penalty advantage as well. Probably everyone was offside there. So, Leinster will carry a bit. Damani puts the ball carrier down. Harry Byrne, he sends it to Frawley. He sends it short. I didn't catch the number. And now McCarthy puts it over the top. But I think that'll be a penalty to Leinster. And they will probably put it into the corner. Yeah, it'll be... Let the guys on top brag. I don't mind it at all. Okay, so no one retreated 10 meters there after that kick. Hope everyone had a good half time. Okay, Harry Byrne to put it out. Hopefully Stormers compete as well as they did in the first half. Oh, Harry Byrne. Ooh, what a kick. That is a good kick. Stormers under massive pressure now. 5 meters from their line. You don't want to be in that position this early in the second half. And Leinster scored late in the first half. Will the Stormers win? Let's vote. The ERC title. It's going to be a tough one. Especially if Leinster get all their home games like they should. They've got number one spot locked up. Okay, Stormers defend the more, but try time already. The wind. Stormers are not getting out of their half. Not handling the high ball at all. So, Leinster immediately score in the second half. They'll see if they can put this conversion over to make it a 5-point game. Just more form too quickly, sheared off too quickly, and try to Leinster. Very quick double strike back by them. That's why you don't write them off. Well, they scored just now, Adam. So they are fighting back. Stormers need to settle themselves, get out of their half. Okay, can Byrne kick it over in this wind? Nope. Those conversions might mean a lot at the end of this game. Leinster now. Yeah, it was... You can tell that the wind is way into the faces of Stormers now, so they'll have to change their kicking strategy a bit. I think the up and unders They need to put them deeper because the wind will blow it back. And if they're keeping it low and on the ground, they need to make it a skiddy, bouncy one. And really put their boot into the ball because the wind will stop it from going dead. Okay, the kickoff by Lebok. Well covered by Carney. He's in his 22. Storm is not committing to the ruck. McGrath calling for his guys. They'll put it in the air. Probably try and get it out deep. Yeah. Ball out. Okay, Stormers line out inside Leinster half. Let's see what they do with this one, eh? They want to get back into this game as quick as they can. That's 2 tries they've leaked in quick succession now, either side of halftime. That's not what you want to do. You want to be the guy scoring before and after halftime. Dweber, he's got the pressure on to hit the line out. He's been doing well so far, especially in this weather. I think they've lost 1 line out maybe. Okay, and another win for the Stormers. Dweber, he's around the back. He gets it to Duplessis, carries hard into 2 defenders who are ready for him. And it looks like they're going to go up in this rain, okay, in this weather. But easily fielded. Lama just knows. They know this weather better. So now the Stormers need to hit the man, put him down. They don't do that. Leinster, they get a free exit, I think, yeah? They're going to set up this ruck, give the position to McGrath to kick. Yeah, hopefully the fullback is in place. Okay, I think that's Lebok. I can't really tell. Yes. Lebok with a carry back upfield. Still Stormers ball. The vet, he sends it out to the forwards for carry. That was Van Heerden, I think. And they're going to send it up again. Okay, they're trying to use this win to make it hard for Leinster, but they've been handling the high ball very easily. Send it up again. Chasers coming through, and Leinster win the ball again. So far, the up and unders are not bothering the hosts, which makes sense. They know this field. They know this weather. Dweber over the ball. Does he get it? No, he's cleaned off. Harry Byrne, he sends it downfield. Blomik, he's ready for it. He finds grass. Okay, and Lebok, he's got Blomik, he's with him. He's running towards Sanatla. And we've got Damian Willemse. He puts the kick in midfield, but it's a bit of a short one. And Harry Byrne will try and... Ooh, that's a 50-22. Oh! Do you love your fans? Me? Oh, I'm very, very appreciative. I'm very glad anyone watches anything I do. It's always fun to interact. And that's a 50-22 to Leinster. Their kicking game is massive right now. They are destroying the Stormers. This was always the fear. If you don't build a big enough lead in the first half with this wind, right now it's not even close. So Stormers under pressure. Need to get the ball back. Need to get out of their half. I don't think Leinster will give it up that easily. Frawley with a carry in the midfield. He makes meters, gets over the advantage line, but the ball's a bit loose at the ruck, but McGrath cleans it up. Now Willemse and Dweber with a good tackle. Slow ball. The Stormers defense gets to set. They'll have to get as much pressure on the ruck as they can here. Van Heerden makes a nuisance of himself, but they still go to the same side. Stormers still stop the ball. McGrath, he goes for a little snipe and pass. Try score a Milne. He gets a good carry in. McGrath again engages the line. Harry Byrne to, who's that? McKee. McGrath again to Byrne. And a good carry there. Is that Alatoa? No. I knew. You don't like the Stormers. You want to put... You don't want Leinster to have a free ride to the title, do you? Oh, good spot tackle there by Hudson-Bach. Were they onside? I think so. No, they will not. So that's offside. So again, the Stormers' defense is not helping them. They're really under pressure so far this half. Byrne, he goes for the crossfield kick. But it's too long. I think that'll be a penalty. Kick it to the corner. Another maul. We've got trouble, boys. Leinster, or the machine is starting to purr, and they are using the wind to their own advantage. Well, the way things are going now, Arnu, it looks like that Leinster are strolling to a win. They are just putting the Stormers under massive pressure right now. Now the 5-meter line out. Last time it was a immediate try. So can the Stormers stop it this time? Do they go up or do they defend the maul? Yeah, Hartzenberg never got back on side there. Okay, let's see what Leinster does here. McKee to throw it in. Oh, Kitsoff with a line-out steal. Can you believe it? To Daimani, and he's fast. And he's got Hartzenberg behind him. Radak has to chase, but he can't catch him. Daimani is too fast, too furious. He offloads to Hartzenberg. He stops short of the line. My goodness, what defense. And that'll be a penalty to the Stormers. Wow, how did they not score a try there? That was... Did you change your name, Arne? Okay. It's hard to keep up with everyone. Sokis. Oh, okay, I see that. Yo, Kitsoff with a line-out steal, but Daimani just did not have the wheels, eh? What a chase by Radak. Oh, that pass. If it was a little more sympathetic, he might have been able to get lower quicker. But Stormers, get out of jail there. Now, will Leinster... They'll have to get it off the park and try and get themselves downfield again. Wow, what a steal. Kitsoff, he steals so many lineouts. Frawley, down and injured. He's been big for them in this half. What a chase down. I thought Daimani would do it. Everyone looks gassed, even the ref. Okay, so... Yeah, no, I don't know why they were doing that. Throwing to a short to the front. How did they not score, hey? Just that scramble defense of Leinster, it's insane. Oh, there's a red card. Ori, you idiot. Okay, boys, game over. Ori just has been caught tucking the shoulder. That is game over, guys. How's it, Joseph? You'll be seeing the Stormers getting a red card now because Ori just tucked his shoulder into the back of this guy's head. What's his name? Rob Russell just got a nice clear out. Are they going to check it? I wonder. I'm not listening with sound, guys, so I don't know what they're saying. They're not going to review it? Okay. All right, Arnin. I thought for sure we were going to have a review there, but okay. Yeah, Cape Town is a lovely place. I thought so as well, LB, but no, they haven't reviewed it. They just let Ori get away with that. Okay, I thought we're not allowing you to smash a guy in the back of the head anymore. Okay, so get out of jail card there for the Stormers. Leinster get the line out. They set up the maul. Stormers trying to push them out. McGrath. He has to snipe because he's under pressure. Yeah, I thought so as well. And just let it go. And the Stormers, their defense is just, Ori, you're putting your guys under pressure. Hey, Ori, you're going a bit harsh there. Maybe he's starting to get a bit tired and the brains are going. I really thought there would have been a red card. There might be a sighting after the game. We'll see. Ori is in a bit of trouble here. But the Stormers' defense is just nowhere. Not just the win, but the defense. Mr. Referee, why not? He wasn't on an offside position. Okay, line out again for Stormers. They are marching down the field on the back of penalties right now. Will Jenkins go up for this one for Leinster? Yes. No, Radak. Good win there, and the midfield clash. Okay, Leinster with the ball. They'll try and put their moves together now. Lama. No, that's not Lama. Rob Carney. Ooh, Brakpan Arnu. I'm a Boksburg boy originally myself. Well, not originally. I'm Germiston, but I was in Boksburg for a few years as well. Welcome to the Griquas there in the east. Yeah, the Stormers' defense, Ori is going a bit too much over the line here. Okay, defense of the Stormers very narrow there, but Lama is wrapped up behind the advantage line. So far, Stormers are keeping their discipline. Carney again with a catch and run. They're trying to run it here from their half. No doubt they'll kick it soon. Burn with a difficult one, but he puts it downfield. Stormers are there. Blommetjies makes a hash of it. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, guys, they are in trouble here. They are not handling the kicking game of Leinster very well. McKee with a carry, and then Jenkins puts Blommetjies on the ground. Another carry. Oh, terrible, 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 terrible defense. Just the kick receipts of the Stormers. They cannot catch a ball. Leinster's kicking game is killing them. And we are back to within 2 points. Oh, Blommetjies. I don't know who's streaming the Bulls game tomorrow. Yeah, no, Leinster just good kicking, good follow-up. Stormers not getting back on time. And terrible. Ugh. From not scoring on the other side all the way back here on bad discipline and bad kicking, bad kick receipts. Right now, Leinster are all over them. That's 3 tries in a row from Leinster now, with nothing from the Stormers. Neetling Fouché on the field. So we've got a prop replacement. One who's off. It's probably Kitsov, right? If Fouché is on. And Burn. Okay, so still 2 points in it. Stormers still in the lead. Burn can't hit the ball over the post to save his life. But Stormers really need to up their discipline, and they need to get on top of this kicking game of Leinster. They're just winning field positions so easily. Lots of pressure. Yeah, they're playing against the wind this half, and they are not handling it very well, LB. Their high balls are going too shallow. Their long balls, oh, Malherbe comes off. I don't know if France has conditions like these. The weather and that's okay. So we've got Yankees on the field now, and we've got Malherbe off the field. Neetling Fouché is on. Okay. Stormers just need to figure out how to catch balls in this wind. Okay, knock on advantage to Leinster. So again, ball for them, easy ball for them. Burn puts another kick in. It's also going to go miles because of this wind. Okay, Libok catches it. Daimani to carry it up. He always puts a little step on, puts Ruddock on the ground. He's got Frawley to deal with, who he does. And Yankees sends it out to Libok, who puts the boot on. Everyone's offside because it was touched. Lama now with a counter attack. You got to watch him. Gets out of one tackle. Doesn't get out of Hartzenberg, but gets the ball away. Now there's, again, lots of meters for Leinster here. Oh, they are just all over Stormers right now. Ruddock with a carry. Okay. Still, Stormers under lots of pressure now. Burn now carrying the ball, but knock on. Turnover. Stormers, they are deadly on the turnover. Ball out to Sinatla. He's well covered, but he puts his man on the ground. He tries to offload, misses it. Okay, Kitsov. He's going to carry it. He's not going to pass it. He needs someone to help him there. Okay, Yankees on the field, a fresh 9. Midfield carry by Van Heerden. Again, Yankees sends it out to Libok. He's in control now. Behind the back to Blommetjies. Dan du Plessis with a good carry. He presents a good ball. Now Damani in the tram lines. Puts the fend on. Hartzenberg gets the offload. But they're under pressure. That's a ruck, Mr. Ref. No hands in the ruck, please. Yankees. Dweba with a carry. He gets a couple meters forward. Presents a good ball for Yankees. Okay, let's see. Oh, ball blocked. And, oh, is this going to be another 50-22? Oh, the Leinster kicking game is destroying the Stormers right now. Oh, no one is dealing with this kicking game. It's off. It's all kicking off now. Let's hope there's no cards going now. Everyone keep your heads. Welcome to Dublin. This game is going off. It's got everything now. Glad we're watching it, even though it's 11 o'clock at night. I think Leinster has gotten under the Stormers' skin, guys. Definitely. Let's not have a look at it. Okay, what are we talking about here? Blommetjies being a proper KP. Penny and Blommetjies getting into each other. And then Fourie comes in. And then Jenkins comes in. Oh, and then it kicks off. Wow. Yeah, beautiful 50-22. So Byrne has just been kicking the Stormers off the park so far this half. Oh, nice and early there in California. Leinster line out, yeah, 50-22. Byrne has had a couple of them now in the second half. Okay, they're talking to the ref. All right, big time now again for the Stormers. Every time Leinster's been in this part of the field this half, oh, it's been a try for them. So Stormers under pressure now. Maybe they can get another kicks off steal in the front of the line out. Yeah, it's late in South Africa now. 22:53. Late kickoffs. Okay, Stormers, let's see. Okay. Brian Pena, you are far ahead of us on the stream, eh? And the maul is going. The Stormers are not handling it. Not handling it at all. And that's going to be a penalty. And if we have it right, yeah. Stormers cannot handle the pressure right now. They are falling apart. And this is why kicking is important, guys. Good kicking is very important. They're going to go for the corner. It's going to be another line out drive. Yeah, try, probably. Oh, tap and go moves. Let's see what Leinster's got cooked up for us here. They love a tap and go move these days. And smash. Quick ball. Smash. Jenkins. Yeah. No, that's not Jenkins. That's Maloney. Ross Maloney. Oh, no, Leinster has just come back into this game. They've kicked Stormers off the park and just used Stormers' poor defense to get back into this game. Lovely work from Leinster, really. They are playing good rugby now. Stormers will not be happy with this. Oh, we've got a lot of Spanish people now in chat. I'll switch over to the soccer now, guys. Who's that? Number 8. Max Deegan. Yeah, he's a good 8. And Ross Byrne is now going to kick over the ball as well. Stormers have not been able to get out of their half, guys. They cannot play these conditions. Struggling against it. The up and unders have been too shallow or too deep. They haven't been able to put the... Yeah, it's the discipline, Langford, and their kicking game is not working. They're not able to play this win. And whenever Leinster get the ball, they just kick it in the corners, and the Stormers cannot handle with the lineouts. It's not even been close this half. It's been all Leinster. I think they've scored, how much is that? 5. They've scored like 17 unanswered points now. It's been a bit of a whack. And now they have been kicking a lot, but they haven't been regaining it. Leinster's been kicking a lot as well. Their kicks have just been better. Here we go again. Another massive kick. Blommetjies or Libok, yeah, he handles it this time. Does he have support? He's trying to step himself out of trouble. Tackle, release, please, Mr. Referee. There we go. Okay, Yankees. Let's see if they try a few phases. Okay, Yankees sends it out to Libok. He sends it to the midfield with a good carry there. Again, Yankees sends it. Oh, bad pass. How's it, MC? No, nothing's working for the Stormers right now. Now, Yankees was the sub, Happy Brew. Yankees was the sub. But the game's falling apart. Once the discipline went and the Leinster kicking game with the wind behind their back. Ugh. Pulling down the maul, Adam. That's what the yellow card was for. Pulling down the maul. Ruddock's had a good game. He's always very. Old man Harris is on the field as well. So that's a fresh-ish front row now for the Stormers. I think they've changed their hooker as well. JJ Courts is on as well now. So let's see if they can dig themselves out of this hole now. The Stormers have not really had possession in this half. Line out is a bullet, and then the maul. This is what Leinster's been doing, mauling and kicking, and it's been working this whole half. I'm sure they'll send it up high now. Couple of phases and put the pressure on the backfield. Let's work. Yeah, there we go. Oh, charge down. Who's that? Engelbrecht. Unfortunately, Afrikaners can't play soccer. And then, oh man, the kick return. Here goes Blommetjies. Yo, what a step. Oh, and he drops the ball cold. And now the Stormers are under pressure. Hey, guys, you're not protecting the ball at all. And Byrne again with a kick. He's been favoring this side of the field. Sinatla, he picks it up, sends it out to Blommetjies again, who steps out. Sinatla again with a carry. He sends it out to Forshia, who destroys someone in the midfield there. Now, Stormers need to get out of their 22. But with a win against them, kicking won't be so easy. Daimani passes it to no one. Oh, my goodness. Players are terrible. They are just being so bad at running the ball. They're just kicking well. The Harry Byrne has been putting so much pressure on our backfield, on Blommetjies especially. He's just been kicking it down his throat, and Blommetjies has not been able to handle it. Been dropping balls, putting himself under pressure. And the Stormers have not been able to get out of their half. But there's still lots of time left. Seems there's some Yankees haters in the chat here. Poor guy. He was doing okay before the big Six Nations break, but yeah, so far tonight, not been doing much. He hasn't done a box kick yet. He has run it every time though. Paul de Vet was doing a few more box kicks. Okay, let's see if the scrum can get completed. And then Leinster will be on defense. And the Stormers, they'll want to get out of their half, but kicking is not working. I can't remember how was Leinster exiting their half? They probably weren't getting out either. The Stormers decide to scrum it out. And penalty. Okay, this is what you want to do. Get downfield on the back of your scrum. Silence the crowd. Oh, are we going off again? Another little fight. Now, that's the one thing Ireland are struggling with is their scrums aren't strong. Even the national team, but they've built their game around getting out of that. Ori's gonna anger a ref here. Yo, beautiful scrum, just straight around them. How's this yellow card doing, guys? There's no timer on it, so I have no idea how long it is to go still. Shouldn't be too long. Oh, look at these kicks. That's how far they kick it because the wind is howling. It's like, what, 10 meters? Oh, this wind is absolutely destroying the Stormers. And modern rugby, you cannot play without a good kicking game. Defenses are too good. It's basically playing with one leg off. Okay, Stormers set up the maul. They make a few meters and then get stopped. Their body position is a bit high. They'd want to be lower than that. But they shear off. They're still going well. JJ Kocha has the ball at the back. More guys are joining in, and scrum penalty. Let's see what they're doing. Arnie, what are you seeing that we're not seeing? Okay, penalty again for the Stormers. Maybe they can get more than 5 meters with a kick, eh? Let's see if they get into the Leinster 22, maybe. This is now a proper battle of forward packs here. Stormers just need to use their big boys to march upfield. Make sure you keep that maul low. Keep your guys well bound together. Keep the ball at the back. That's what they did there. Lovely stuff. Thanks, Brian. Okay, Kotze. I think this is his first throw in. Dweba's off the field. Let's see. Let's hope he can hit his man. Leinster stepping in there. Guys, stay on your side, please. Okay. Yeah, it's massive. And the Leinster has really fought back hard. Stormers still with only 14 men on the field. Oh, okay. The ball is won. It's passed backwards. Yankees, he sends it to Libok. He has to carry it into contact. So he needs his forwards to clean out. They do. And Yankees, he gets it to Van Heerden, who's had a few good carries in this game as well. Cleaned up a lot of stuff. Okay. They're keeping it short. They're not going wide. That man was not on his feet. Yankees tries the step, but straight into a forward. Okay, the ref picked up the man on the ground. Now, back to the short side. Ori with a pop. Damien Willemse trying to get his hands free. He does that. Engelbrecht, the Pumas man, he's carried it into the 22. Still penalty advantage to the Stormers. I think they'll want to use this as much as they can. No funny kicking things. Forshire with a carry over 2 men. He's slightly isolated. Libok with a little swivel, and it all breaks down. So, penalty to... And that yellow card should be over soon. What are they going to do here? Do they go for goal in this wind? I don't know, eh? Can they get it over here? Yeah, they've put it into the forwards and let the forwards carry it up, Happy Brew. They've decided the up and unders are not working. It's nice to see that the teams can, they are adapting on the fly. Leinster, they've been using the win to their advantage. Okay, so Leinster now on the defense, line out for the Stormers. Let's see if they can win this line out. The last one was not neat. Keep it in the forwards. Keep the pressure on Leinster. I know Stormers must know that they have the better pack, especially on the bench. Leinster forwards must be getting tired. They just need to win the lineout. That's the first job. See, Jenkins is off. Lineout's won. Ori brings it down, and the maul is set. Okay. Now the Stormers got to work hard. Is that another penalty advantage? Yes. Okay. Use the ball, boys. Dan du Plessis with a dummy and go. Makes the ground he needs to. Fast ball. Libok with a step. He's stopped. Stormers really on the front foot. Quick ball. Engelbrecht. He goes against the grain. Again, Yankee sends it to Daimoni. He puts a step on. The Leinster defense is sending them back inside, but they go blind again. Libok with a kick. Can Blommetjies get there? I don't know. Carney doesn't look positive. I think the Stormers try. Got to try. Good job. Tight game, boys. Very good game. Very, very good game. Yeah, Carney couldn't get there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful work. Let's just watch this in slow-mo. Carney couldn't get there in time. And Blommetjie scores a beautiful try. Love it. You love to see it. So, what everyone thought would be a good idea. Don't do up and unders. Don't kick too much. Try and use the forwards. Oh, I knew. You don't want the conversion over. Not a Stormers fan. This is a tough one. I don't think it'll be amazing if Libok even gets it to the posts. Honey, Jake out. Give him time. He needs to build a squad again. He's lost a few good players. Yeah, big game. Big game. Especially in this wind. It is advantage Leinster with a wind behind their backs. It's been very easy for them to gain ground. And Libbok doesn't get it to swing round. There, the wind just died. This is a good game. Very good. Stormers having not played for a few weeks. Leinster as well. Lovely, lovely work there from Blommetjies. I've been entertained. It's been fun to watch with you guys. And girls. Someone here might be a girl. Who knows? LB, I'm still convinced you're a girl. Okay, Burn kicks off. Duplessis takes it in. So I think they're inside, so they can put it off the park if they want. They're going short sides. Okay, I think they're going to try and put it off. No, the problem is I'm in South Africa, Brian. I'm like half the planet away. So even if I refresh the stream, there is just a massive delay between us and the guys up north or guys closer to Europe. So even if I refresh the stream, it still would be behind. I can try it. I'm still sure. You've never been able to prove your boy. You're the resident lady in our group, and that's fine. I mean, I love to have girls in the chat. Okay, I'm at 71 minutes now, Brian. But Hanu, if you get rid of Jake, who do you bring in his place? What coaches are there lying around of Jake's quality? Scrum's not stable, but the Stormers clean it up. Are they going to go for the penalty? No, the ref says reset that. I'm on DSTV now. I'm streaming, so there's always a bit of a delay with a stream. Sometimes it buffers. DSTV now, their servers are like chicken coops. They are potatoes. Terrible servers. All right, another scrum. I'm sure the Stormers will want to extract a penalty from this one. Let's see who is on. Nick McCarthy's on. Luke McGrath's off. I knew it's not your work. You just want Jake gone. But we don't know who's going to replace him. Yeah, DSTV now is always miles behind. Okay, stable scrum. It's not going anywhere. Leinster know the Stormers want to scrum this one hard. But it's play on. Yankees picks it up. Stormers need to get in there to clean up this ball. They do that. Okay. And Libbok's going to play scrum off. Okay, carry there. Good stuff. Scrum wasn't. Stormers still would want a penalty here because kicking is not working. Looks like they're going to be trying to kick again. Yeah, Brock Harris is there as the pillar. Does the wind screw them again? Yes, it does. Ball's out. Sean Everett. Wasn't he fired by the Sharks? Thanks, Brian. Don't spoil it for us. I'm 30 seconds behind you now. I'm on 73.30. What if it's a draw, guys? I think the Stormers would be happy with that, right? The old Crusaders coach. Who's that? Robbie Deans? Okay, now Leinster, they haven't had possession in a while. I'm nervous. I'm playing with a bottle cap. Okay, good control there. And a short ball. Oh, right up the seam from Penny. And the Stormers on the front foot here. The Leinster on the front foot here. Stormers are struggling to get back. Okay, ruck ball. They need to slow down ruck ball. Leinster, they just need to keep possession. Stormers are rushing up. They are not hitting their first-time tackles. Oh, good read there by Hartzenberg. Shutting down the speed. Yankees get back on side. Okay, another carry there by the Leinster guys, and they come back to the close side. Penny with a carry. He's stopped on the advantage line. Who's that? 18. But let's say, oh, Georgian playing for Leinster. Okay, they good at this. They're going to be able to put lots of things together. Bulls need Mallet. Ooh, they're going to pay a lot to get Mallet. He loves his super sport money. Advantage to Leinster. This is game, guys. This is game winning and losing. Unless Leinster make 20 meters and then Stormers stop them. Again with this kick. Burn has been, oh my goodness. Okay. "22 offside. Leinster will put this in the corner. They will maul. Guys, they are in trouble. Stormers are in trouble. Before Scott Robertson. Cardiff won. Okay. Zebre, poor guys. That was Yankees shooting up. I don't know. Mallet, he's been out of the coaching game for a long time, and he's been asked before to help South African coaches, and he likes his super sport money too much, and he doesn't want to travel anymore. I don't know where you would get coaches in South Africa now. Jimmy Stonehouse, should he coach the Bulls? I think the Griquas coach is that David Tron. He's already been at the Bulls. Okay, let's see. 4 minutes left. Burn with a penalty. I would have thought they would go for the line out. It's been working so well. Yeah, no, it's howling. Oof, look at that. Gone. Guys, this game is on a knife edge. If I had a stronger seat, I would be on the edge of it, but this thing would fall apart. Okay, so the Stormers get off the hook there. If it was me, I would have told Lens, I would have told him, line out, guys, line out drive. It's worked so well. Stormers, I would put it out deep. Let's see. 3 minutes left, guys. Would the Stormers be happy with a draw? Dobson for next box coach. He's proved he's very good, eh? And he knows these players. They might be the next generation of box, a lot of these guys. It's a bit, and them won't be playing forever. Okay, so Stormers defense. Okay, well stopped in midfield behind the advantage line. Abdaladze, definitely a Georgian. Oof, Yankees gets the clean out on him. Aina. Leinster still with ball in hand. This is all about defense and discipline now for the Stormers. They need to keep their discipline. Keep the pressure on. Make them... Oh, big wide ball there. Sinatla gets a tackle. Hands everywhere. And still, sorry if I'm not talking a lot, guys. Was that a knock-on in the tackle? Yeah, I think so. Just a knock-on, hopefully not a penalty. So if Leinster gets a few phases here. Oh, crossfield kick again. Carney is out alone out there. Penalty to the Stormers. Good defense, boys. Good defense. Clap, 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 clap. This has been a good game, guys. This Leinster squad has been putting 50 points on people. So, Hanu, you are a classic Bulls fan. Stormers must always lose, no matter if they're playing anyone else. Okay, Stormers, 5 meters. Yeah, no, kicking into the wind. This has been, the weather in that part of the world. My cell phone's about to die as well. Oh, Lebok with cramp. Yeah, I think a draw would be good. Yeah, happy brew. Secure that line out more, get a penalty on the back of that, go upfield. That's what you'd want. The clock is still ticking. I hope everyone's had a good night tonight. It's been very fun. It's been a good chat. Having a good match on. Was wet, looks a lot drier now. Don't forget, guys, also, I'm here because I also have a YouTube channel. If anyone here doesn't know about it, you just search my name, Rian Low, R-I. Let me type it in chat. Rian Low. Just search that in YouTube. You should get my little rugby channel. I don't have the link ready to post, so sorry about that. Okay, Maul for the Stormers. Doing well, gaining ground. I'm sure Leinster will try their best not to give away a penalty here. Stormers will want to draw one out if they can. Thanks, Forever Sports Guy. Okay, and the Stormers have to run it. Dan du Plessis with a carry. He needs to protect that ball. Clean ball. Daimani with a handoff. Oh, and the offload goes to a Leinster player. Will they put it off the field? I think so. I think they're going to go for the draw. Yes, Leinster settle for the draw. Good game, guys. Yeah, I'm really unload. That that 2 cents and distracted like. I think I've gone through 2 cents subs, and I'm like the only South African he subs to. Good game, guys. 22 all. Really enjoyed that. I'm sure the Stormers would be upset with their second half. Leinster would be glad they came back, but it was always going to be the weather that changed the game. Hope everyone had fun. Leinster, for the first time, don't win. And I'll chat to you guys again. Cheers. Cheers, everyone.